dimensions of disclosure!
Welcome! How's everyone doing?
What a reception! You guys are the reason why we're here.
Yes! So,
because it's not us.
That is for sure.
Our channel's only been around for a year and a half, so this doesn't make sense to us.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I'm like, I can't believe that we're here, the ones hosting this entire event.
I know, it's so exciting.
I mean, it's like, thank you to you guys. You guys are the awesome people. It's so cool. Thank you.
It is going to be an amazing conference. Ben and I, of course, have never been involved in anything like this, but it's basically a design your own conference. There's so many different things going on. There's so many workshops going on. There's food trucks where I'm going to be hanging out most of the time. And there's a beach right down the street.
Yes. And then, like, in the park, they're going to have yoga, Tai Chi. Jordan Sather's doing his, like, exercises there. And, like, dance parties in the evening or something.
And I hear James Gilliland is here, so you know Bigfoot is in the house.
Right, but, you know, I wanted to see how many of you guys, I couldn't believe how many people I have been talking to that were saying this was their first conference they've ever been to. How many people in here, this is your first conference?
Look at all those hands.
I mean, we're changing the world. Like, I don't think we understand how much we are changing the world.
Awareness is spreading.
Yes.
People are waking up. Disclosure is real.
You guys are it. You guys are the future of this. Seriously. And the other thing, too, we kind of mentioned this when we were at the stage outside, but we were just blown away by how many spiritual experiences people are having already. Like being told to come here, having visions that they need to come.
All the different synchronicities along the way. I talked to one guy who had talked to a psychic, and they basically told him to come. And here he is, probably having the time of his life right now.
So I know each and one of you are going to have an amazing experience. It's going to be a spiritual experience for everyone. I mean, especially with Leon Kennedy. If you guys have not seen him, it's amazing. This spiritual aspect of what he brings and the emotional side of it is just phenomenal. So you don't want to miss that.
Well, I think a lot of people don't really understand that about disclosure, right? Like, there's some people that are way over on the political side, and then there's some people on the science side, and then there's a lot of people on the spiritual side, but it's all one thing.
It is. Yes. You know, you can't have, I mean, if you want disclosure, you got to have it all, right? You can't just disclose, here's a little part of it. It's like, no, you know, and that's what this conference is all about, right? The uncensored aspect of disclosure, where we can talk about anything we want to talk about.
Yeah. No mainstream media to shut us down, which, by the way, you all might have seen that Ben and I were on mainstream media over the last couple of days. Did everyone see that?
I could not believe that.
We were featured on NBC and MSNBC.
Yeah, which Rachel Madcow.
And they definitely, of course, they made up a lot of stuff about the different companies and all the different things. We used to work at the Epoch Times. We are not affiliated with the Epoch Times, but they just that's what the mainstream media does. Is when people are telling the truth, when a group of media or alternative medias are telling the truth, they try to do their best to control the narrative and keep power where they can. And I mean, they basically promoted us.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. She's like reading our headlines. So I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah. But the thing that's like really bad, she never mentions Edge of Wonder. Yeah. And then they play this like short clip from David Wilcock, which looks like it's like David Wilcock's show. And I was like, you didn't even mention David Wilcock. You play this clip and it's, anyway.
Well, and also, just so you know, if you don't believe me that they're promoting us, our subscriptions spiked after we were on Rachel Maddow. Like over 500 new subscriptions. Like,
yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, that just goes to show you that when the mainstream media says something about you now, it has the opposite effect.
Yeah, people are waking up. And I've heard so many people tell me that they stopped watching TV and they're really like watching us and all this other kind of content that's out there. So you guys seriously are so awesome. You have no idea. So change subject here, we want to give a really big shout out to our 1,500 people who are on the live stream right now,
you guys.
watching us all over the world.
So they are with us here in spirit, and that live chat is actually going pretty hard right now.
It
They're
is.
really
Everyone's
excited.
commenting, so it's awesome. Great times are going to be happening. And so speaking of like being uncensored, I don't know if you guys heard, but did you guys hear that the Overstock CEO resigned, went on Fox News Live, and said that he spied for the FBI? You guys hear about this?
So yeah, this happened right after Madow's, like she went off
Mad
on
Cow?
on Spygate not being real, right? And then that guy comes out like a couple minutes later, basically, and I mean proves her wrong as usual.
But the interesting thing is, so I was having this conversation with Mike Bara and John D'Souza and some other people, and Mike Bara's perspective is very fascinating. He really actually thinks this is part of the deep state plan.
Oh, really?
Yes, to get the narrative off of Obama. So they're going to kind of throw Comey and all of them underneath the bus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you read those Epoch Times, they did a great job on this, but if you read the Epoch Times Spygate articles and all the different infographics that they've created, you have to understand that all of this stuff revolved around the previous administration and, of course, the Clintons and all of this kind of stuff.
Right.
And to throw the CEO out under the bus is actually significant because it shows that they're tossing you a few breadcrumbs, you know, and kind of making you look in this direction, but what's really going on is much more massive than that, and we all have to be very aware of that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a great perspective.
But also, so from their perspective, like from all of us talking, it was like shifting the narrative off of Obama, because if it finds out that a president of the United States was involved in treason,
the highest treason.
Spying,
What the heck?
This affects the whole entire global organization aspect of the New World Order now. So I think, like, from our perspective of what we were talking about, this could be one of the reasons why this is happening right now. But
Yeah, totally.
crazy stuff. But were you guys excited? I mean, there's going to be so many incredible speakers going to be talking about all kinds of this stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean,
and like David Wilcock, we're super excited to see David Wilcock and Corey Goode. And
we have Robert David Steele here.
Yes.
So we're going to hopefully be hearing about Mars, and that guy knows so much about human trafficking, both on planet and off. I mean, he's been so involved. It's going to be great.
Yeah, and then Laura Heisenhower, Jordan Sather, and we're forgetting everybody else.
Sasha Stone.
Yeah, Sasha Stone, yeah.
The list goes on, and unfortunately our brains are mush right now, so we can't remember them all.
You know, I've never met Sasha. We haven't met Sasha Stone.
I know, I'm really looking forward to meeting him.
Yeah, it would be great meeting him. So yeah, it's great. We're experiencing great times here. I know for sure this is going to be an amazing experience for all of you guys, and it's so wonderful to be here with all of you, and it's just amazing.
Yes, well said, sir.
There's a couple more points I think we were supposed to bring up.
Oh yeah, so let's talk a little bit about the event. So I actually forgot my little map. But do you guys all have that map? Yeah, okay, I'll give this right back to you. So if you guys haven't seen, this is actually really great. I think the conference organizer's son made this map. But this actually shows you where everything is at the conference, okay? So there is a park right behind the hotel. So not, stay away from In-N-Out Burger, go the other direction.
Well, you can go to In-N-Out Burger if you want. But
I'm going to be at In-N-Out Burger. All right, but anyway, so behind us there's a park, right? And in the park there's going to be all kinds of different events at that park. There's
the food trucks.
Also the food trucks are in that
so
parking
there's
lot
vegan.
as well.
There's vegan food trucks, vegetarian food trucks, and of course for Rob there's the meat.
There's the In-N-Out Burger food truck because it wasn't enough that it was across the street.
So they're from. Let me check the times and when they're open.
I think it's till 8 p.m. and they're over there. They're actually over there pretty soon.
Yeah, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m.
So they packed this conference so tight for you guys that actually you kind of have to decide when you want to go get food yourself.
Yeah.
And the food trucks are always out there for you. So you can that's kind of what we're saying is you kind of design your own conference, like when do you want to eat, basically alongside a lot of the speakers, we also have workshops going on at the same time. So make sure you look at this because all of the main speakers in the ballroom are in this purple section, and then you've got all of the different like speakers and people doing things in workshops all over here. So have a really good look at this if you haven't gotten one, and visit the information booth. You'll be able to get that. And then, yeah, if you need a break, I mean, just go to the beach.
And don't forget to visit the incredible vendors out there.
Especially the Edge of Wonder booth.
Shameless plug.
We've designed a lot of t-shirts for you guys. We hope you like them.
And actually tonight we're going to unveil something really special with Corey Goode.
It's a new t-shirt. Ooh. And y'all are going to love it.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. It really is. And I just had some of the Sky Cubbies. I forget what
the green drink that he has.
Yeah, it was really good. Anyway,
I forget what he calls it, but it's awesome.
Yeah, it's really good.
The medicinal foods. You got to check that booth out. Sky's doing a great job.
Yeah, all the booths out there. Check them all out. And
and so and especially like between speakers, it's kind of good. Like what we want to do is please be respectful of other people. So if you can, please don't put a coat down on chairs. Leave between speakers, and let's get everyone a chance to kind of cycle around here. And I think, one thing we needed to talk about that Adrian specifically wanted us to talk about was might see a few hecklers in here.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Just so you know, this is a heckle-free environment. Do you know how I know that? Because the conference organizer hired some Samoans as security guards. So basically, if anyone heckles in here, I'm talking to you if you're in here, basically you're going to get a Samoan coming up to you, and they're going to do the haka and get you out of here. There's no tolerance at Dimensions of Disclosure for trolls or hecklers. And of course, there's a fine line there. I'm sure the Samoans will be nice about who they escort out.
Well,
you hope. But yeah, that's important to go over. So, everyone please be courteous. And if you do see someone, if something happens.
If you see something, say something.
Exactly. Yeah. That was very New York of you, actually. And also, anything can happen during this conference. We want to be really courteous of other people. Yeah. There's definitely some elderly people in here, too. So if you're a youngin' and you see someone kind of struggling to move or whatever, of course, help them. And you guys know, you're good people.
Yeah, it's just stay aware, help each other out, be compassionate to each other, and interact with each other. We're all one big family here, right? So
yeah, if anything, this is a huge opportunity to meet one another and meet like-minded people in this community, so you all know you're not alone and you're not crazy.
And don't be shy. Go up to people, say hi, introduce yourselves, So everyone's friendly, everyone's open.
I've walked up to so many people already who've told me about these experiences that they have that they can't talk about anywhere else, and it's across the board. There's some people with intense spiritual, experiences. There's some people who are targeted individuals where the military is actually they're manipulating technology within their bodies that have been placed in their bodies. There's some people who are alien experiencers. It's basically across the board of people who are trying to figure out what's happening to them, what's going on in this human world, why this human world is so important. And this is a place where we can do that openly, and you guys can discuss these things with yourselves. You're going to find so many people that you talk to that have amazing stories, right?
Yeah, already I've seen people who've never met each other just connect. And there was a couple that were here. We were the first day. They didn't know each other. They just connected. They were the same age, and they just felt like they were like brother and sister from a previous life. It was just really interesting. So
it really feels like family here.
It really does. The energy here is amazing. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. We're going to introduce the next speaker right now.
Yeah, it's actually, I think it's time, right?
It is time, yes. So thank you guys, and we're going to be all around and hosting the entire event, so we have a busy schedule for
So do you guys know who your first speaker is? So your first speaker is Mike Waskosky, right?
Yes.
So actually his speech is called The Polarity of Disclosure, the Law of One, and the War on Perspective, okay? So it's definitely going to be a doozy, and we're just going to go over basically we designed these nice slides for you so you can read along. So Mike is the founder of the New Earth Network, a social networking site for higher consciousness communities, which offers easy ways to get more connected locally.
So he has been a speaker at 2 major UFO conference events and is a speaker scholar on the Law of One raw material.
He also manages one of the largest and most active ET disclosure meetups and CE5 teams in the USA, as well as spirituality and metaphysics communities in Colorado Springs.
He's also a freelance digital marketing consultant, website and app developer by trade, and he offers technical consulting to many people in the UFO community. And he has a big announcement for an app that he just finished making that he's going to present here for you guys today.
And I mean, who doesn't want that resume? That's a lot.
So, right.
All right, well, anyway, we're going to bring Mike Waskosky up. Everybody, so welcome him on stage.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, thanks for being here.
Hello. Can everybody hear me okay with this? All right. Yeah, everything they said. And how many people here have heard of the Law of One? So that's almost everybody. That's great. Yeah. And so I know the Law of One can kind of be confusing, and not a lot of people do a lot of lectures on the Law of One because it's so confusing sometimes to really know how to put some of these concepts together. It's really dense, really deep material, and so I thought I could go over some key points for you today. I really do think we are in a war on perspective. It's the way we want to look at things that is ultimately what the cabal and the good guys are fighting over, because this is a spiritual battle. You know, we have to learn to take the higher perspective and to actually be able to take the spiritual mantle and actually, you know, evolve humanity in the right direction. So the basic things I'm going to talk about, I'm going to start out some of the exciting developments we've been going through in our history over the last year. Talk about the bigger picture of what's really been going on with what Corey Goode has called the proxy war, you know, like a war between extraterrestrials that's being played out through people. And this goes back to like the concept of spiritual warfare, and everything that we've been going through is on some level a kind of spiritual war. I'll talk about the Law of One's perspectives, the bigger pictures on why we need conflict, why we need duality, the catalyst that comes from that. And also the power we have to collectively shift consciousness and shift timelines with our own consciousness. And I'll give you some more recommendations on personal development and getting more involved in the community. So this is what I'm going to announce today. I just made an app called Mass Meditate. Can you guys see that? It's not on there yet. So this is not going to the screen. There you go. All right, this is what I'm announcing. Mass Meditate is the name of the app. It's on iOS and Android. I just released this a week ago. So basically, with this app, we can set reminders to join together in mass meditations from wherever we are. There hasn't been an app like this before. So, yeah. So one of the things I've been doing with this app is, like, for example, like the meditation we just had, I think at 11:11. Thank you all for participating. That was amazing. I think so. What I could do is take the video from that, and I could schedule it as a monthly mass meditation. So we can continue this mass meditation every single month at the same time together and continue that amplified effect. Thanks. Another site I just finished. It's not an app. It's just the website. It's part of the New Earth Network social networking website I made. Joindisclosure.org. This is ET disclosure focused site that you can post your groups on there. You can create your own group. Even if it's just like a Facebook group, you can post a link on there. It'll show up on the map for other people in your region. People can get notifications when you do post that if they're in the area. So it's a great way to get more connected. And I know a lot of people in these conferences, it's like you really want to stay connected in this energy. You don't want to leave the energy. So I wanted to give more tools for people to be able to stay connected and not just have this be a one-time thing. Okay, so there's been a lot going on in the last year. There you go. Obviously, we've seen a lot of UFO stories in the mainstream media. It's been unprecedented. It's ramping up. It's amazing. But we're still calling it a partial disclosure because this is just a very, very tiny portion of the truth that's been coming out through like the New York Times and other organizations, mainstream media organizations. The Stars Academy has been doing a lot of this. People are kind of skeptical. Are they really going to get to the good stuff, or is this going to be? But it's been getting people to put the foot in the door and ask the questions, and I think that's a really good thing. We've been getting a lot of movement in this direction. We had a lot of leaks, the Admiral Wilson leaks coming out confirming I mean, this is the kind of thing that congressmen are going to start to look at more. like, do we have a Majestic 12 organization? Is there a very compartmentalized, illegal, not under the control of Congress kind of group operating in order to maintain the secrecy? And that's obviously been going on, and it's just a matter of waking people up to that, and it's starting to happen more and more. We have obviously the Jeffrey Epstein thing. I'm sure many speakers are going to be talking about how crazy this is, everything going on. People are waking up to the cabal networks. And we have... Is this not on now? It's not on now? Is that good? Is this one good? Okay. All right. I'll use this now. Yeah, and also the Storm Area 51 campaign was insane. It's like everyone's talking about Area 51 now. It started out as a joke, but then it started becoming more serious when everyone was realizing, oh, they really do want to organize. It's going to be a festival next month, apparently. Yeah. But I mean, at least the guy who's starting it, he was inspired by Bob Lazar. So he's at least on our side in this, and this isn't just going to be a big joke. I think people are really getting behind, we really need to do something to get our government to tell us the truth. But this is corresponding to some of the most unprecedented internet censorship we've ever seen. Like on YouTube, I don't know if you've noticed, it's like you search for something relevant. Now you actually do have to scroll down like 20 videos in order to see what you used to see a year ago come to the top on YouTube because of this heavy censorship that they've started to integrate in the tech sites. You don't really always notice it unless you're paying a lot of attention, but all the quality content, what we'd like to review is being pushed down by Google, YouTube, Facebook. So it's getting harder to get the message out, but I think it's because we're unstoppable that they know they had to do something, and this really can't be stopped, I don't think, all this information. So the law of one material basically has a quote that I like about the nature of partial disclosure. They did say in session 8 that we do have the ability to create UFOs. The United States government does have this ability, but that they're currently only being used for potential destructive use. At least these ones being talked about, that it seemed as though people were not wanting to use them for the benefit of humanity. And they said the technology your peoples possess at this time is capable of resolving each and every limitation which plagues your social memory complex at this present. It's like a society at this present nexus of experience. However, the concerns of some of your beings with distortions towards power cause these solutions to be withheld until the solutions are so needed that those with this distortion toward power can then become further distorted in the direction of power. So you can see that this kind of creates a duality already. Some people will allow a disclosure, but it's because they want more power, more control through this disclosure. Some people want disclosure to end the suffering of others, end all limitation that we're facing. So it's important to get this straight. Why do we want disclosure? It's to end human suffering, to create peace on earth and a wonderful civilization. Thanks. So the last 2 years I've been doing these, I've been also conducting a survey, commissioning a survey, asking the question to the general USA population, do you believe extraterrestrials are currently interacting with humanity? And the results have been pretty much the same every year I've tried. There's a little bit of movement in the maybe and not sure categories. The results have basically been about a little over 10% say, yes, I do believe. A little over 20% say maybe or I'm not sure. 40% say no, we got a lot of work to do, and then 30% say this is ridiculous. And I think there's been a slight amount of movement up from this is ridiculous up to no, and a slight amount of movement up from no to maybe, but the yes is still kind of hanging in there at the same amount over the last 2 years that I've conducted this survey. So it does seem like even though we're getting a lot more incredible news out in the media, it's not really converting people into serious researchers. So there is a lot more catalyst that needs to happen for people to actually start to wake up and be motivated by some of this information. So there's a lot of philosophical problems people have, though, with the full disclosure, and it could be this is why people think that a partial disclosure is important. Are people even ready? There's a lot of very dark realities. There's a lot of occult practicing, black magic practicing syndicate groups who are controlling a large portion of the world's wealth still. Obviously, there's human trafficking going on, massive amount of human trafficking. A slave trade has been very extensive for thousands of years, really. And there's a lot of elite involvement in that. And this is really difficult for people to deal with. It could even extend into space. This could be a hierarchy of control that has gone been allowed to extend into other star systems even. According to Corey Goode's information, and there's also a lot of strong evidence that there really are negative ET groups. So this is controversial for some people, but there's a lot of religious implications for that. People want to call it all demons, and then not even look at the possibility of positive extraterrestrials. So there's a lot of complex stuff going on. But the question of how do we even allow this to occur? It gets down to the heart of it. People they just want to block it out because it's too much. It's like, how do you even begin to process that this kind of evil could be allowed to exist on the planet? So people prefer to sweep it under the rug, and in the process of doing so, you're allowing it to continue. So we really do have to expose everything. And this... So that's what the Law of One, I think, helps a lot with, the philosophy of appreciating why duality is okay. This is 106 channeling sessions. You guys hopefully already know this. Done from 1981 to 1984. This was done under very strict channeling protocols. The channeler, Carl Ruckert, was a Christian. She was always trying to make sure that the entities who she would allow to speak through her were coming in the name of Christ, in the name of Jesus, and that unconditional love energy. It was very important for her to make sure that high vibration was maintained. And the entire team of people, were very strict about making sure that they were spiritually protecting their channeling area whenever they would channel. This is the most detailed and profound information I've ever come across. It's only in Q&A format too. That's another thing about it, that because it's only question and answer, it's free will preserving. There isn't some entity coming in with its own agenda. The agenda was set by Don Elkins, the questioner, who was a really, really smart physics professor, just asking incredible questions. And the way the concepts are presented is not always super easy because they're trying to be very, very precise. But so that's why I think we have to work a little bit harder than just reading it in order to break down. We really got to spend some time trying to dig in to understand some of this stuff. I'm also going to talk about Corey Goode's testimony. I think it ties in really well. He's been saying that he was selected as a messenger for Blue Avians who identified themselves as the same Ra who communicated the Law of One. And I do believe this. I do think there's enough evidence to show this seems to be happening. But it's really interesting that his information fills in some of the gaps that were in the Law of One material. And it doesn't contradict any of it, too. That's also really hard. A lot of speakers who are kind of doing their own thing, they wind up saying things that I very quickly see. That's not entirely what the Law of One says. But Corey Goode doesn't even seem like he's a serious student, but everything he's said so far does seem to line up very well. And this definitely clarified, his information clarified what the harvest might be that's talked about in the Law of One, the ascension event, basically. Corey gets talked about, there's potentially a solar flash, solar activity that could come up in the near future that could lead to a much greater energy on Earth, conscious energy, conscious awareness, and that could also lead to much, much more ET contact coming in. And the Law of One does talk about that there will be advanced ETs that come in at what they call the time of harvest or the graduation in order to facilitate people going to the next level of evolution, basically making it so that it's not like because we're afraid or confused or something that we won't actually be able to make it. It's because of what we want, where our soul's at, what our choices are. Free will is so important to them. He's given us a lot more direction and focus. That's why I got started doing all the websites I was showing you. Corey Goode inspired me to do all this stuff. And Corey's got a lot of opponents now, but it's like, you notice all they could ever do is ad hominem attacks. It's just character attacks. And we're really seeking something that goes beyond that gets to the heart of the information, like analysis of the Law of One correlations. So right now, there's a lot of choices we have to be making on what perspective we want to take. A lot of people are choosing, they just want to pursue this scientifically so they can kind of, be very cautious about how crazy they sound, but other people are just diving into the spiritual metaphysics stuff. And stuff like the Law of One can seem like an undesirable way at first of trying to establish what the truth is, because it's difficult to verify the source. It's really difficult to trust something that's just spoken through somebody channeling. But I think that ultimately having a good way of hearing the truth, of knowing the truth through sources like this, is often more important than being able to prove the truth, because of the effects of hearing this, the effects of hearing the truth on seekers like us with strong intuition. We can figure out, we can piece things together once we have all the information. We don't need to measure everything in order to piece the puzzle pieces together. So we definitely need a lot of spiritual tools to undo our programming, to believe that we have no power. That's one of the biggest problems. We could rise up at any time if we could get over this programming. Thanks. I would say disclosure represents correcting all distortions, and there's basically different categories of distortions. The law of one refers to everything as a distortion, but specifically with disclosure, the distortions have been relating to the fact that we have suppressed technology, or the fact that we don't have suppressed technology is essentially part of this. But even if you do get the technology out, there's a problem of perspective. Some people will see it in a fearful way. Or see something about the negative ETs having been involved as a very negative thing. And there's a lot of divide in the UFO community because of the way that we're looking at things through positive and negative perspectives. So this is a different type of distortion, the spiritual distortions that also have to be overcome. This is why positive ETs have always talked about spiritual advancement having to coincide with technological advancement. We can't just be given all this technology and still be at a very low level of advancement. There has to be these two sides of it, and to the unveiling process. The law of one has definitely talked about the same thing Goode has talked about with these waves of energy, this cosmic energy, the fourth density energies. And this, when I say density, that refers to a density of consciousness. It's not like some people talk about dimensions where it's like a different place. This is actually just a different density of consciousness, which I see as like a different way of looking at things with more consciousness when you're looking at things. And the fourth density of consciousness, love is obvious. Love becomes so clear what we want. But in the third density of consciousness, we're still questioning it. We still have to make the choice. Do we want to pursue love? But when we move into this higher energy, love is very, very apparent. And so there's this sharp increase, Ra says, as we move into this energy between the third density service to self people and the fourth density people coming in, the fourth density energies. So there's this increased contrast, there's this increased divide that's more apparent. And Corey says the negative people are becoming more negative, positive people are becoming the same, more positive. And people with mental disorders are going to face even more problems with those disorders because these energies are very much contrasting with each other and forcing us to make a choice, really. One way, the law of one also clarifies it's okay to make a choice to serve yourself or serve others, love yourself, love others. You just have to make the choice. They say some love the light, some love the darkness. It is a matter of the unique and infinitely various creator choosing and playing among its experiences as a child upon a picnic. Some enjoy the picnic and find the sun beautiful, the food delicious, the games refreshing, and glow with the joy of creation. Some find the night delicious, their picnic being pain, difficulty, sufferings of others, and the examination of the perversities of nature. These enjoy a different picnic. All these experiences are available. It is free will of each entity which chooses the form of play, the form of pleasure. So, another way of looking at this duality that we're in, the law of one says that the negative polarity tries to potentiate that which is not. So they're actually playing with falsity. They're playing with lies. They're playing with illusions and deceptions in order to gain their momentum in their polarity. Whereas the positive polarity attempts to see through the illusion to the creator, seeing the creator in everyone. So the negative polarity depends upon the illusory separation betwixt the self and all other people. So why was this negativity even allowed to exist? Why did this even start? Well, they called this an experiment, and I talked about this last year in my presentation. This was a great experiment, and Goode also talked about it as a grand experiment, that the ETs were saying some of the genetic experimentation programs are part of a grand experiment. Basically by the galactic intelligence. The galaxy is basically a superintelligence in the same way that the sun is actually superintelligence. The galaxy kind of outlined the course of our evolution in a very, very broad archetypal way. But this experiment that was an experiment to separate the conscious from the unconscious mind so that we wouldn't have infinite awareness at all times, this allowed us to have a greater desire to pursue that which was unknown, to know that which was unknown. And this is talked about in like the Tao, the Tao Te Ching. Under heaven, all can see beauty as beauty only because there is ugliness. All can know good as good because there is evil. And a more metaphysically scientific way that Ross says this is the purpose of polarity is to develop the potential to do work. It's just like a magnetic system. You have two different poles of the magnet, and only because of this polarity is more able to happen as a result of that magnetism. And they even go so far as to talk about war at one point in the material that, A large portion of all progression on our Earth has as catalyst trauma. So even harsh trauma can serve a purpose and leading a person to recognize they want to do more work on themselves. They want to pursue love, even if it means the death in a war. They will be catalyzed in that direction. So I'll talk a little bit about what we're up against, what the Law of One calls the Orion group. People in this community have often called it the Draco, many associations to reptilians. They say the Orion group is basically made up of third, fourth, fifth, sixth density beings, very few of the sixth density beings, because of the sixth density, ultimately they have to reunify and see all as one again. So they have to flip polarity once they get there. But they say their numbers are 1/10 of ours, meaning that means the confederation of planets in the service of the infinite creator, which they say is 53 civilizations and are like the local part of our galaxy who have been working together to help us grow positively. So they're outnumbered 10 to 1. But their power is the same as ours ultimately because of the free will principles at play. They say the Law of One blinks neither at the light or the darkness. And the reason they call them the Orion group is because they've come from the Orion, the top echelon has come from the Orion stars from the Orion constellation. That doesn't mean that they're all from there. They're from throughout the galaxy. It's just the upper leadership is from there, just to clarify that. They say contact is made with those who call. This is when people are having negative thoughts, it's very often like a calling to the negative entities for, help me out. How do I have more negative thoughts? They say those upon the planetary sphere act as much as you do to disseminate the attitudes and philosophy that their particular understanding is. And in this case, it's the understanding of service to self. So the people who receive this most of this understanding from the Orion group become the elite. Through these elite, the attempt begins to create a condition whereby the remainder of the planetary entities are enslaved by their own free will. Also, and they say that what they're disseminating is attitudes and philosophy. It's really just about your attitude and your philosophy as whether or not you want to decide to continue to pursue the positive path or the negative path. And it really comes down to philosophy. And that's why I'm saying it's a war in perspective. It's just a matter of taking on the proper positive philosophy to start to break free from some of this. And we've been enslaved by our own free will, it says. And they also say later that examples of well-meant and unintentional slavery are so numerous that it beggars our ability to enumerate them, which would suggest that this being enslaved by our own free will has been very successful, very extensive on our planet. And it's a lot of things we don't even think about. But it's a big deal to understand that it's just the philosophy that we have to question. Is this a philosophy of control that we're dealing with, or a philosophy of acceptance and love? And we can gradually shift everything we've been programmed with that relates to control over to acceptance. This relates to being in the middle of the proxy war that Corey has mentioned. And the Law of One also calls this a thought war. There's a thought war going on where positive and negative beings are sending thoughts and positive energies to us, through us, to try to have an influence. Corey Goode said the Anshar, the inner earth people, are doing this. They're sending telepathically good thoughts and trying to give us a little bit of assistance. And our ancient history shows many examples of cosmic battles. We know there's been a lot going on. We've seen ancient aliens. There's many things that express that reality. And there's a lot of dark entities, even ceremonies that have been done by the Cabal to bring in more of this negative influence. But there's also miraculous events on the other side of the spectrum. A lot of religiously inclined people, a lot of spiritual people have had many miraculous things. Many positive beings have been engaging with us too. And the Law of One talks about basically different races helping out with UFO technology, advanced technology, on both ends of the spectrum, positive and negative, a little bit of assistance in this behind-the-scenes technology development. Corey Goode and Bill Tompkins also described how even like the Nazis benefited from some negative ET tech. But this thought war in the Law of One, they say that it's being fought between the Confederation and Orion group. And to understand this, they say, picture your mind, picture it in total unity with all other minds of your society. You carry a weak electrical charge But with this society, it now becomes an enormously powerful machine whereby thoughts may be projected as things. In this endeavor, the Orion Group charges or attacks the Confederation arms with light. The result, a standoff, as you would call it, both energies being somewhat depleted by this and needing to regroup. The negative depleted through failure to manipulate, and the positive depleted through failure to accept that which is given. This is a very important point, that the way that they are motivated, the way that their energy to act works is based on the need to manipulate on the dark side and the need to accept that which is given on the light side. And this may seem counterintuitive, that this acceptance is something that gives them power, because sometimes people think that acceptance is essentially giving over, but it's not, and I'll talk about that more. Also, they say that this is only happening between the fourth density beings, the fifth density and sixth density. They say don't engage. And they say the fourth density is the only density besides your own which, lacking the wisdom to refrain from battle, sees the necessity of the battle. And this is because the point of the war is not to win the war. It's the growth and understanding that comes with this struggle that we're in. And that's why these way more powerful beings just sit back, because they know that all those people who are involved, all those beings involved in this war, they're getting benefit. They're growing. This is all a process of evolving back to the Creator. But the higher entities do assist with what we could call a quarantine. Basically, there's free will principles in play at not allowing too many negative entities to come into our planet. And they say to not obey, quarantine, I should say physically come to our planet. On the metaphysical mental level, there are other rules there. To not obey quarantine after being hailed on the level of which we speak would be equivalent to your not stopping upon walking into a solid brick wall. And they're a little bit vague about this. They say this is due to the power of the law of one that's possessed by the guardians, the sixth density above beings. I'm going to take another step back here and talk about the power of love through understanding, how love is the source of all motivation. They start out saying that the first distortion, the least distorted principle in all of creation is free will, which works on infinite awareness. But then the second distortion is love, which is like this infinite energy that creates everything out of free will. And light is what comes from love acting on free will. It's all the manifestations, all the dimensions, everything we're experiencing comes from love acting on free will in this cosmology. One of the questions Don asked was, if we get more into polarity, get more down a path of love and service, is it harder then to retrace the steps and go back the further you are along? And Ross says, no, that's not the case. The further you have polarized, the more easily it is to change polarity, because the more power and awareness you will then have. And of course, the power is expressed differently. The power on the positive path is not about controlling others. It's about, accepting, and really it comes from service. It's because we have chosen to serve each other that the planet becomes a better place. And when our egos aren't in the way of our service, we can do a lot more. It's much, much easier to work together, to collaborate, to see a lot more get done when we have this pure motivation coming from the positive polarity. So they say those truly helpless are those who have not consciously chosen a polarity, but who repeat patterns without knowledge of the repetition or meaning of the pattern. And so they also call this the sinkhole of indifference. And I've made this graphic here to show that basically this line that you see curved line going through, shows basically how you have more personal power as you approach the service to other side and as you approach the service to self side. And they say that the fourth density is above this green line. Once you reach a certain level of polarity, this is really just an amount of either opening the heart to have this heart energy to maintain this higher density consciousness, or closing down the heart on the negative side. Very few people have done that, but that has happened on this planet. They still say this is a much more positive planet than negative planet. This graduation is going to be a very positive thing. But the hard part is the sinkhole of a difference in the middle, where people don't realize why they don't have power. It's because they're not making a choice. So there's a little bit of confusion here around the word love. Even the Greeks, there's no consensus on how many words they actually had for love, because of how nebulous the word has become in our culture sometimes. They had the eros for sexual love, agape for love for God. But ultimately, in the law of one, the love is considered this infinite energy behind everything. Love is the enabler, the power, the energy giver. And they also say that, there's an activity called loving, which is what we normally identify with the fourth density consciousness. And that's the verb form, but there's the noun form, which is the source of the loving. The love is using all of the light. So it's like, what I'm talking about is more the noun form, which is this fundamental source of energy. But it's not always seen that way. Like if you're not expressing energy through your heart, you don't always think of that as love. There's a lot of metaphysical principles with the chakras and how when you're expressing energy through your lower centers, through distortions relating to the way you view yourself, relating to the way you view other people and try to interact in society, that love is kind of stifled, but it's still there. It's just waiting to come up to the heart and really be unleashed and seen as love. But it's still the same energy. It's still the same love energy. And ultimately, that's what the negative do. They express love of self through the lower chakras by creating severe blockages to the possibility of service to others. So as I said before, love and service does not mean giving in. And I found a good example of this. It's kind of funny that, so Don Elkins found out about this idea, like love and service is, give me power, give me protection. And he was like, is there anything we can do for this negative entity who's been bugging us? So they were consistently having this particular, what they called the fifth density negative friend, basically, that was everything that they were experiencing that was like really confusing, like sharp pains, sharp illnesses that were they couldn't understand. When they asked about it, they found out that it was accentuated by this negative entity, which was trying to stop what they were doing by accentuating pre-existing conditions and distortions. And they said there's great humor in your attempt to be of polarized service to the opposite polarity. There is natural difficulty in doing so, since what you consider service is considered by this entity non-service. As you send this entity love and light and wish it well, it loses its polarity and needs to regroup. Thus, it would not consider your service as service. So these are mutually exclusive definitions of service. So serving a negative entity is not giving in to what they want. It's essentially doing the opposite when you can't serve it. And you have to serve the people who are open to that service. So a lot of what's going on here is throwing off the negative, even though it's a process of acceptance of each other and love of each other. In the process of that, we are throwing off the negative control structure, the negative philosophies and systems. So we've been tricked into thinking that love, forgiveness, and acceptance of others can be a weakness, and it represents a non-action for change. But it really represents a kind of freedom from the attachment to all these different systems that have been holding us back. In forgiveness lies the stoppage of the wheel of karma. Forgiveness is the key to getting over all this karmic baggage. And so forgiving even the darkest parts of our life, the darkest things that we see, it doesn't mean that we're allowing it to continue. It means that we're not being held back by it anymore. So the purpose of service to others polarity is effecting change, positive change for service to others. It's not allowing us to continue to be manipulated. And love also, this is part of the power thing. We can get psychic abilities. I mean, I think a lot of people have probably experienced that the more you get into your heart, the more you seem to open up to some type of intuitive energy. And there's a lot of guides. You don't need to always understand everything because we have so much service available through these positive angelic guides that are always interested in helping us once we open our heart and are aligned with them enough for them to be able to come and work with us. And so I would say that there's a little bit of a deception going on where people are afraid that they have to be afraid all the time, afraid of everything, afraid of doing the wise thing and not necessarily the loving thing. And this is somewhat expressed in the Law of One when they say the fourth density abounds in compassion, but this compassion is folly when seen through the eyes of wisdom. It is the salvation, though, of third density. This compassion is the salvation of third density. So emphasizing the idea of there not being enough wisdom when you're experiencing a lot of love. Like, we do want to set boundaries sometimes when we have to. We can't always be giving in to people. But ultimately, that does prevent us, when we're giving in to people, from being of greater service to other people. And that's how you can always see boundary setting as being a positive thing, when you can be of greater service through that having happened. They say there was an example that was from Venus, basically, like, I think it was billions of years ago. They said when Ra was evolving in third density, like we are on Venus, there was an example of people who didn't like that things were going so well for a lot of people. I mean, they weren't necessarily going that well for some people, and they felt a lot of pity. And what I would say, pity is a very strong temptation sometimes that we need to question. It's like a red flag when we feel pity on other people, especially if those people have their heart open, and just they don't have the understanding or knowledge that we think that they need to have. We have to take a step back, because what happened on Venus was that these people thought that they were doing the right thing by trying to enforce a kind of belief system, essentially through what they said was a holy war. I mean, it's maybe echoed in our culture in much more dramatic ways. But they say that these people wound up on the negative polarity in their next life, and they were completely shocked, and they had to reverse and retrace what they were doing in order to recognize that this process of trying to push wisdom over love in the third density is not the right path. And again, like I said, when your heart is in the right place, assistance is always available through beings who are, and they over and over emphasize, this is not the plane of understanding. We don't always have to understand. We don't have to feel like we have to find the deepest wisdom, because the assistance is always available when we open our heart. We can always receive guidance and direct understanding. So Ra talked a little bit about some of the powers that you can get. I'm going to go back into the psychic area. Like the healing ability, like all paranormal abilities, is affected by the opening of the pathway or shuttle into intelligent infinity. This deals with unblocking the chakras. To others, there may appear to be miracles. To the one who has carefully opened the door to intelligent infinity, this is ordinary. This is commonplace. This is as it should be. The life experience becomes somewhat transformed, and the great work goes on. And basically, as this is a process of unblocking the chakras, the final step is the indigo ray, the pineal, where they say opened only through considerable discipline and practice, largely having to do with the acceptance of the self. Not only is the polarized and balanced self, and there's a lot loaded in there with, when they say polarized and balanced, they mean very much pursuing love and very much working out through your own stuff and balanced in the way that you view yourself, the way that you view others. Not only as the polarized and balanced self, but as the creator, as an entity of infinite worth. So being able to get from the concept of us being finite to being infinite is largely what this is about. Going beyond belief in you're not being worthy, because all of us fundamentally are infinite beings and are worthy. And so this is the final step that we take to developing these abilities. Really letting that sink in. So the entity who penetrates intelligent infinity is basically capable of walking the universe with unfettered tread. And I'll give you an example of somebody who clearly was doing this in the modern era over and over, was Neem Karoli Baba. A lot of people know about this guy through Ram Dass. He talked about him as his guru. There were many reports of this guy, like bilocating, being in two places at once, reading people's minds, and telepathy, and many amazing. He's called the Miracle Baba because of all the things that he was doing. No one even knows really where he came from, when he was born. But some of the quotes from him, he was always emphasizing love is the key to enlightenment. He said, "Love is the strongest medicine. It is more powerful than electricity. Even if a person hurts you, give him love. The worst punishment is to throw someone out of your heart. You should love everyone as God. If you cannot love each other, you cannot achieve your goal." He said, "Meditate like Christ. Christ lost himself in love with every sentient being." I thought this was funny that this was a story that came from a group of Jews that went to visit him, Jews visiting a Hindu temple to learn about Christ. Another example I thought was really funny, my Catholic grandma, she had this magazine, and she's just like a really devout conservative Catholic, and she was showing me this magazine for another reason. I was flipping through it. I found this section written by a guy named Zlatko Sudak, and he was talking about basically gifts of the spirit, paranormal abilities basically. He said there is a gift of illumination that will result in a blue light coming out from your body at certain times during prayer. He talked about the gift of levitation and St. Joseph of Cupertino. And my grandmother had underlined these, like she wants to work on these. And she was telling me about the bilocation thing too. Like, do you know sometimes you can just appear in two places at once? It's like, wow. So what I'm trying to emphasize here is this is not just, isolated kind of teaching, that there are very spiritual people from all backgrounds who are clearly aware of this kind of thing, that as you really reach higher levels of love and humility, that these things start to open up. But ultimately, what can happen here is this can become like a carrot on a stick if you're pursuing abilities. And the Hindus have many, many texts about this kind of thing. It's not what we're here for. We're not here for the cities, the miracles. We're here to pursue self-awareness. So I think if we can maintain the perspective that, this process of seeking after something, always seeking in spirituality, seeking, it's always a process of learning more about ourselves too. And ultimately, the process of seeing ourselves through this and understanding ourselves is what this is about. So the carrot on the stick becomes the mirror on the stick, because this chasing is always chasing back after the self. Corey Goode has also said, though, that ultimately our progress is not that far on the planet to reaching fourth density consciousness. He gave the number, I think, a couple of years ago, that there were only 300,000 ready, told to him by Ra to your air, that were ready for ascension. But this didn't include the ET souls, many of the new children coming in. And the Law of One basically said the same thing, that despite a lot of work being done, this planetary harvest will be much, much less than what the planet is actually capable of, comfortably capable of. So many beings, after we move into this higher density consciousness, will be coming from other planets, will be coming from elsewhere. And that means that a lot of people here might be going to a different planet, and I don't know the details about that. One thing we have to watch out for is the distortions around our ego, which the negative entities play on. I'll cover this briefly. They say that there's fourth density negative entities that are always kind of wanting to look for the low-hanging fruit with our consciousness and try to give us temptations. Temptations would represent something like moving away from love towards aggrandizement of the self, or aggrandizement of our social organizations with which we identify. So it always comes back to identity, where these strings are that they can pull on and try to manipulate us. They say that if these distortions towards basically identity are not successful, then they actually work in terms of the removal of light, trying to find a way to stop people from even be able to do positive work. But they always start out trying to tempt you into your ego. So I came up with a list of potential identity distortions that I think a lot of us are still working on. I know I am working on still some of these. We can be overly identified with our beliefs, overly identified with certain personalities and people, information. We can be overly identified with some of our past experiences. We can be overly identified with our achievements, our personal connections. We can be identified with our status, our astrological sign, the fact that we're a star seed. All these things are temptations to limit the way we view ourselves to a box. And by doing that, we become more open to this manipulation I'm talking about. We can be identified with future outcomes like positive, negative ascension, identified with certain thoughts, feelings, emotions. But yeah, the point is to always recognize the true self is way beyond any of these limited identity belief systems. And if we get too attached to any of them, then that can be a stumbling block. So there's some exercises, and these are easy just to read over and say, that sounds nice. But I spent a lot of time this year thinking about the exercises that they gave for polarizing. They say the prerequisite of these exercises is predilection towards meditation, contemplation, or prayer. So this is the kind of thing to work on during meditation and quiet periods. Number one exercise is that the moment contains love. And actually seeking the love in the moment, they say, is so central an act of will that even if you're somewhat insincere about it, that the friction due to insincerity is inconsequential, because how important this is that we continuously seek the love in the moment. And they say the other exercises were to seek the Creator in yourself, see the Creator in others, and see the Creator in everything. But I'm going to break this down a little bit right now. So I first started thinking about this more. I was on a road trip with my wife and our dog, and it was really hot, and I was smelling something, and I was like, oh gosh, why am I experiencing this? And then I looked back, and the dog's breathing on me, and then I thought about, like, why? Oh yeah, we brought the dog because we love the dog. And so then, the smell reminds me of the dog, the smell reminds me of love. So this isn't about adding love to the moment, it's about finding the love that's already there. And understanding the truth about love is about tracing it back to the origin of creation, that everything is coming from love, everything can be seen that way and understood as an expression of love. So ultimately this exercise is like, first ask, what are you experiencing? And then what are the reasons behind this? For each reason, did that come from love, or was it something else? If you're having trouble seeing anything coming from love, like what's the reason? It kind of brings up the stuff that's really a blockage that maybe needs to be forgiven and worked on. And this is also when you like, it turns to people, this is where seeing the Creator in others really helps out too. Like you can ask, is this what I'm seeing in this other person really the truer nature of that person? And who or what is behind this person or thing that on a deeper level? And if you can't see the Creator, ask why. And then imagine, maybe that's not the true nature of what they are, and you can kind of separate that distortion in your mind from the truth about who they are. So one example I thought of for sharing was like I saw an interview with the guy who played the Emperor in Star Wars, and he said something like, a lot of people say I'm their favorite character, but I don't understand it. I'm supposed to be the most hated character. It's like I'm not doing a very good job. But you can see how the ability to see the actor behind that evil character is the key to loving everyone, because it's like it's not about that temporary illusion, distortion of the character playing out a role. It's about the truer Creator behind that. And even frustration. When you get frustrated, that's actually a good thing for polarizing, they say, because you can actually work on intensifying your frustration and anger and keep feeling more of that, because it's this random energy that's useful to you. Once you recognize this anger can be used to transform the way you think, to transform your energy, once you build it up to a point where the energy can be turned into either, if you're on the negative polarity, it turns into control. If you're on the positive polarity, it can be turned into an object of acceptance, understanding, and accommodation. The thing that you're angry about turns into an object of acceptance, understanding, and accommodation. Control is the key to negatively polarized use of catalyst. Acceptance is the key to positively polarized use of catalyst. A lot of what's going on here is just forgetting. We're kind of forgetting why we came here. They refer to the wanderers, the star seeds, as the brothers and sisters of sorrow, who are incarnative states for the possibility of aiding other selves by the lightening of the planetary consciousness. That's the number one reason we're here, is the lightening of the planetary consciousness for a lot of us. The positively oriented wanderer chooses to hazard the danger of forgetting in order to be of service to others by radiating love of others. If the forgetting is penetrated, the amount of catalyst in third density will polarize the wanderer with much greater efficiency than you could actually have in the higher densities. So this is super useful to be here and be going through this. We're all very privileged to be able to be here and get this very intense catalyst of really working on ourselves and getting through this blockage. It's something that I think can be done in meditation, this blockage to remembering why we're here, what we're about. And it really does. You can ask yourself, like, what is the purpose of why I continue? It's something that is very, very subconscious that we don't always bring up. But if we really keep asking why in our lives, why are we doing these things, we can get back closer to the truth about our being here for other people. And so, since this is an uncensored conference, I thought I would share an herb with you guys. This is actually an herb that is most associated. It's called Calea zacatachichi, most commonly. Calea ternifolia is the scientific name, or Mexican dream herb. This is very, very good for facilitating memory of your dreams. I've never come across anything close to this for dream recall. You can take this in capsules or tea, or you can smoke it before you go to bed, and you'll be able to remember your dreams way, way better. And it doesn't get you high. It gets you into like a relaxed state. And it also, when you're just meditating with this, a lot of benefit I've seen from working through subconscious traumas, subconscious issues through meditating and thinking about, why do I experience these things? So there's some warnings. Sorry for anyone from Louisiana. That's the only state it's not legal in, is Louisiana. It's also not legal in Poland. Just throwing that in there because I wanted to transition into dreams, basically. I think dreams really bring us a lot of perspective on what we're going through. Dreams can always give you that extra insight of the metaphysical perspective on your life. Dreaming is an activity of communication through the veil that exists between the unconscious and conscious mind. In all cases, it is useful to ponder the content and emotive resonance of dreams. And also, for those whose heart is open, the green ray energy center is open, dreaming can take on a whole other activity which relates to precognition, knowing what is about to happen. So it's much easier to essentially travel throughout the timeline of your life in your dreams when your heart is open. And this is because they say in time space, which is where you go when you can go when you're dreaming, all times are seen as simultaneous, just as in your geography, your cities and villages are all functioning, bustling, and alive with entities going about their business at once. So it is in time space with the self. All of the times are available in your life for traveling. The nature of the penetration of the veiled portion of the mind may be likened unto the journey too rich and exotic to contemplate adequate describing thereof. And that really excites me, that they're saying basically in this dream state, practically anything is possible. So this gets into timeline experimentation. I'm getting a little bit low on time. I had an experience back in 2016 where I woke up from a dream. It was a really profound dream. And it's like I could like read the minds of my family members. It was really intense, amazing energy after I woke up from this dream. It was like I could feel blood flowing through parts of my right hemisphere that I had never felt before. But what happened in this dream was it's like I was being shown future timelines by like a negative entity. And I was like, I do not want those timelines. I'd rather die than have those timelines. And I felt like I died, but then I woke up way in the past, and it was like I was seeing myself in the past and trying to give myself deja vu to make less aggressive choices. So I was presuming that this related to trying to change the timeline through going back instead of doing something now. I'm going to give some more examples of this, but Corey Goode has been talking about timeline experimentation a lot. He says the Anshar actually were coming from their future back to the past to try to make sure that their timeline is maintained because of negative entities trying to mess with the timeline. But this goes on to such a higher level because the law of one says that your higher self is already you from the future, all the way at the end. The higher self is like the map in which the destination is known. The roads are very well known. These roads being designed by intelligent infinity working through intelligent energy. The higher self aspect can program for the lessons and predisposing limitations of all these other incarnations if it wishes. But the rest is our free will. So it's like the higher self is setting up things that we might be going through, setting up limitations in our life that might help us go down the right path. It's still our choice if we want to go down that path, but there's still a lot of interplay here between future aspects of ourself and the present in order to, I guess, experiment with the timeline. That's the best way I could say it. Corey Goode has been hearing directly about the Mandela effect from the Blue Avians to explain that a little bit more. It's happening on a cosmic level, and that there are, way out in the cosmos, it's not just on Earth. There are things that have been edited out of our shared reality that we have no memory of now. This is what he was told by Ratia Ayer back in 2016. And to me, this suggests that like the timelines are merging, because like the timeline that existed where this negative thing, maybe something on the scale of 9/11 he even mentioned, was removed. Now people from that timeline are getting stuck back onto another timeline that was closer to that original timeline. So they feel like, with the Mandela effect, how many people have experienced the Mandela effect? The Mandela effect is basically people experiencing things that were like different from their childhood that they remember. Now when you're seeing things, it's different. It seems like all of history was different than what you remember. It's because it seems like we were dropped onto a different timeline. Corey said when he was describing this to me, I saw a giant wall of crystal rods that were spinning and rotating, and in this prism effect, there were things like cars that were changing colors, and everything was changing. And he said, the Blue Avian said, this is a very big part of the shift that we're going through now, and that our co-creative consciousness is what's doing this. There's a synchronicity I noticed right when Corey started saying this. Allison Gee, who's actually got a workshop, I didn't even know, Sunday morning, she had a most incredible dream experience I've ever seen anyone write out. A very, very long, detailed report on our website. I'll share that in a second. But she said that she went to sleep for 3 hours and had a full three-day experience. It wasn't anything like a dream. It was like she was awake in another timeline. She has so many specific details from conversations and things she learned in this timeline. She learned that shortly after 1952, someone from the U.S. government did the right thing, and they already had disclosure in their timeline. And Corey Goode said shortly after that, and I looked at the dates, like he must have filmed this conversation with the Blue Avians like right before she had her experience, and then it aired like right after she filmed about it. So it was like very clear synchronicity for me to notice. Corey said that we could all of a sudden be in a reality where we're post-disclosure. We really have no recollection of sitting here pining for disclosure. We're in it, and it could happen in a twinkling of an eye, and we would have no reference. There was an illustration that I created based on Alison Gee's timeline explanations. She said she was shown an image of like an hourglass where we all represent like grains of sand. All of us on our different timelines are like grains of sand, and we're going up through the bottleneck of ascension to try to get up through with this one event that apparently it's hampered by the existence of too many timelines that have been, I guess, out of control. And they said it's all of us, all the versions of ourselves from all timelines working together towards the ascension bottleneck. Just like all the sand in the hourglass eventually falls down to the bottleneck, so too does all of time and everyone in it essentially ascend up through the densities. Ra said that as one approaches the boundary of the densities, an effort must be made to cross that boundary. So I was thinking this might be connected to that too. But this is really trippy that Benjamin Fulford even, he hardly ever reports on crazy stuff. He's always talking about geopolitical affairs. And he just last week, I was like, I got to include this, mentioned the same thing. He said that he was visited by plasma beings, and he took a picture of them. He said that he was told by them that there were some alternate realities where humans were already exploring and colonizing other stars. He said that these entities also said that these various different scenarios are being morphed into one. Just like what Allison said, and just like what Corey was saying. And that's why people with memories of different histories suddenly find themselves, quote, stranded on this planet in this particular reality. So Corey also said, though, that we can collectively create these effects. He said, Ra Air made it very clear to me that a very small number of us, a very small number of people can act as a rudder for the rest of our collective consciousness, because everyone else is in such a disarray that the people like us and other people awakening and coming together, we have more power in our co-creative capabilities than we realize. And when 2, 3, or 4 people start getting together and focusing on a positive intent, we can create that positive future. So this is partly why I made the app. Mass Meditate is the name of the app on the iOS and Android store. And I also wanted to mention that there's this is connected with a New Earth Network social network that I made. So there's like a map on there. You can put on a meditation group if you want, and get connected locally with other people through the software that's on that website, massmeditate.org. And joindisclosure.org is another site that I recently made with the same kind of features, just for the purpose of letting you post more disclosure-oriented groups in your area and getting connected. Now, I do also recommend starting a meetup group, meetup.com. There's a lot of people on meetup.com, and my website actually, the New Earth Network, pulls in all the existing meetup groups through the community regions. But there are so many things already going on you might not be aware of. If you look at meetup.com, still the best resource for getting to get connected with people like us in your area. So I'll end it here. I'll leave it with one of the quotes that Ra would often end their statements, their sessions with. We leave you in the love and in the light of the one infinite creator. Go forth, therefore, rejoicing and glorifying in the power and in the peace of the one infinite creator. Adonai. Thank you all.
Let's give it up for Mike. What an awesome presentation. I have so many questions. But anyway, guys, we have a few things set up for you right now. If you need a break, now's the time to get it. If you want to be entertained, stay. And very soon, we have another speaker coming up, Leon Kennedy, so stay tuned for everything. Love you guys.
Hey guys, this is Ben from Edge of Wonder with Mike Waskosky, and we are at Dimensions of Disclosure, and you just had an amazing talk that you gave. And for our live stream people who are watching, there's a few questions that came up. But how was this experience for you, and what was it like being on stage?
It's amazing. It's like, I'm super nervous going up, and then suddenly the energy just feels like all this love coming at me, and it's really wonderful. It's a lot easier to do it than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually the same thing for us, like, even for myself before I go on stage. It's like once you're on there, you feel the energy, and you're just like, yeah, it's just a great feeling overall.
Yeah.
So. Okay, let's start with some questions. So John Ferdiniani, dude, he's been actually one of our big supporters for Edge of Wonder, but he says he wants to know, what kind of meditation do you do, Mike?
Well, a variety of things. I mean, it depends on how I'm feeling. One of the most helpful things you can do is simply try to quiet your mind. And for that, I recommend recognizing that all the things that you're like holding on to, it's like you can question, would I rather have peace than this? And that's a question I often like to ask myself in meditation. Is this really peace? Would I rather have peace than this? And then I can gently begin to quiet things down over time. But there are other meditations, like very often I'll feel inspired by something, and it's kind of like a download. A lot of us will be getting downloads and feel inspired by something, and to remember what that was, and then go think about that more and expand that download in your meditation. That's a really good type of meditation too.
Awesome. Somebody asked, and I'm sorry the name was covered up, but they're asking what you think about the Mandela the Mandela effect. Is the Mandela effect actually a timeline experimentation? That's what the question was asking.
I wonder that sometimes. I really don't know, but I assume that different timelines have slightly different versions of the law of one. And Alison Guy, and her website, newparadigmplanet.com, she actually said that she questioned about that. What is the law of one in this timeline? And they said in this timeline, it lasted till 1985. And that Don Elkins didn't commit suicide. It was a much more gentle process. And it was kind of amazing. I
tell you, the Mandela effect is the one that's been like messing with me from day one. When we started really diving into it, I was just blown away by all the stuff we were finding too. Yeah. So, and so then Jill Rose is wondering, are there any LLO study groups located in regional local areas? And if so, how do we find them?
Chances are you should try to create one. But there was an effort done through bringforth.org. If you look at the forums on bringforth.org, there are people talking about trying to create groups. So you might be able to find some people who have already gone down that path if you look at those forums. That's like the official forums of the LL research organization that's behind the Law of One.
Cool. And Cheryl Lynn Sherman is asking, what's your favorite part of Law of One?
I mean, it's really hard to say, but I guess I could say my favorite part is the part about the archetypes, which is like book 4. It's like you can never get to the bottom of what all is being said there, because it's like all of evolution can be summarized through these metaphors that they've presented in the major arcana tarot, but you can continuously get research data out of them by thinking about it more and more and what those symbols mean. But I mean, in a practical level, I mean, I've been very benefited by thinking about the chakra system and just understanding the general way that energy works in the metaphysical dimensions, and the way that the metaphysics really has the same type of laws as tightly as physics does. There are still metaphysical laws that are, once you understand them, it's much easier to work on your stuff.
Awesome. Hey, Rob, how you doing?
Hey, you guys. How you doing? So, hey, I just wanted to tell you, Mike, I've been watching the live stream while you were doing your presentation, and people here loved everything that you did, and I saw tons of people saying that they were going to rewatch your presentation just because they really wanted to get it to sink in, and there was just a lot of love for what you're doing and everything, and I just wanted to let you know. So,
thanks.
Yeah, I hope you know, like, it's great work, and we really appreciate everything you're doing.
Yeah, and the app that you're developing, people are really excited about that, so...
Yeah, us all coming together to meditate, right?
Yeah, so tell us, I mean, real quick, tell us like where people can find that, and for people just coming on to the live stream, because a lot of people coming and going.
massmeditate.org is the website, and there's links right at the top to go to the iOS app or the Android app, or you can search in the App Store for Mass Meditate. And I'm going to keep updating this app with great content, all the great meditations going on, and you can submit your own mass meditations. And if you got really high quality meditations you want to turn into a mass meditation that we'll all do together, I'm open to that.
Awesome. Well, Mike, thank you so much. It's great listening to you. Best of luck to you and your app. And you guys, until the next speaker, we'll see you out at Dimensions of Disclosure. Cool.
everybody.
Hey, how you doing?
You all stayed. You really do like us. Hey, yeah, we have got an amazing presentation coming up for you right now.
With Leon Isaac Kennedy.
I mean, I don't know if any of you have ever experienced Leon the way that Ben and I have. We saw Leon in Hawaii, and it was the most heartfelt, mind-blowing thing I've almost ever seen.
You guys are going to be in for a real treat with him, seriously.
There were the most positive meltdowns I've ever seen.
Yeah. And you know, and it doesn't matter what your belief is or anything. The thing about Leon, he's really bridging this gap between like the hardcore like disclosure aspect to the spirituality aspect. And he has a way to bring this all together and
those of you that don't know, Leon comes from a world that a lot of us are not familiar with. I mean, he comes from Hollywood, and he gave all of that up to be doing what he's doing now, and it's an amazing story.
It sure is. He's going to be telling his story along with what he's been doing and why he decided to go to the metaphysical community rather than like going to like the standard church communities.
So why don't we just go ahead and get him up on stage, but we want to kind of formally introduce him here. So go ahead, Ben, you start.
Okay, so Leon is a movie actor, writer, former disc jockey, and producer known for Body and Soul, Penitentiary 3, and Lone Wolf McCade.
Leon is also a licensed deliverance minister now who opened his own ministry, Kennedy Healing Love Ministries in Burbank, California.
And he's involved with the making of a But Majestic documentary, and as well, he spoke at the Cosmic Waves. The Cosmic Waves was his first conference ever that he spoke at, and it was just mind-blowing.
Totally. And also, Leon is very passionate about suppressed technologies, and unfortunately, the screen here isn't working. So I can't tell you what the name of his presentation is, but I bet it's epic.
Yes.
So without further ado,
let's bring up Leon Isaac Kennedy.
Can we hear it for them? I know they did a great job this morning, and I am so excited about being here. Dimension of Disclosure sold out. Come on, give yourselves a big hand. The very first day of Dimension of Disclosure, and I've got members of my tribe here, members of my band here. I call it the band of the people that we work with, David Wilcock and Corey Goode and Elizabeth and many others have joined together to possess the airwaves as a force for good. Do you know? Come on. That is a major undertaking because in Hollywood, most of the disclosure message, most of the truth message is not going to come out, so therefore we have to do it ourselves, right? All right. So, for those of you who came wanting to reinvest in yourself, to gain more knowledge, to gain more truth, you're not just a follower mentality. I'm talking about those of you that have the audacity to think. Those of you that have the audacity to ask many questions, seek truth. Some say that you are a person that thinks about too many conspiracies. So I say give yourselves a big hand for having the courage not to just accept. Believe me, from the bottom of our heart, we give you a standing ovation. Now some of you are here full blown, but in other areas, you're undercover. What do you mean by that, Leon? Well, maybe at your office, you're undercover. because you can't share certain beliefs at your office. You can't have certain conversations with specific friends or family. They think you're a little weird. People might be polite as they're talking to you, but then after you leave, they sort of snicker and say, they're a little weird, aren't they? So you may not fit in with your natural family, but I want you to look at the people that are right next to you. Look all around this room, because I've got news for you. This is your real family. This is your family. This is your tribe. Adrian had asked me to share a little bit about my background, but Ben and Rob basically already did that. I've had a blessed life. I've been blessed to travel to over 60 countries. Maureen, can you have them play that music? I've been blessed to travel to over 60 countries. I've been literally wined and dined by kings and queens and dictators. And within this journey, I've been a movie star. Some have called me the Denzel Washington of their day. Been on the cover of over 100 magazines, been on Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. I say that not to brag. I say that to show how God will take a life and then change it into the direction that He wants it to go. It's very hard. Those of you that have been in movies or TV or music industry or whatever the case might be, it's very, very difficult to get into that industry, to get started in that industry, and then to make it in that industry. So to just walk away from it takes a lot. But then those of you in this room, you know that when God has another purpose for your life, you really don't have any choice. So I wasn't just called into ministry, I was literally yanked into ministry. And so some of you think that you have a certain purpose in your life, but when you really start going, it turns out that's not your spiritual destiny. And those of you that are here, I know that you want to walk and live in your spiritual destiny. So how did I go from being this international movie star and that type of lifestyle into ministry and now being here at Dimension of Disclosure with all of you? Well, I would say that Father has a great sense of humor. I wasn't just called, like I said, I was yanked into ministry. Maureen, if they can't get the music going back there, come up here and let's do it through the computer the way that we talked about before, because I want to get the music going. So as part of my journey, I said to the Father, all right, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll go wherever you want me to go, but I need you to show up with power. And so He's been very faithful. This ministry, many thousands have been healed physically. And then the inner healings, and the inner healings we're going to be dealing with this afternoon for you. So many inner healings in the emotions and in the minds and circumstances, and thousands being set free. So now watch how all of us got connected. Several years ago, it was put in my spirit, I want you to go back. This is Father talking to me. I want you to always do ministry, but I want you to come back into Hollywood. I want you to use the Hollywood platform and the talents that I have given you to do good, to possess the airwaves as a force for good. So I'm at the Academy Awards, and I'm looking, because I'm walking around saying hi to friends, and I look, and sitting by himself was David Wilcock. Now, I'm a big fan of Ancient Aliens. Kevin Burns is the producer, and Kevin has been a good friend of mine for over 20 years. I was actually in his office when he was negotiating the original deal for Ancient Aliens. So I watched Ancient Aliens from day one, and I loved David Wilcock. So I say, aren't you David Wilcock? And then that big smile, come on, you know the smile that he has, it will light up a room. That big smile comes up, and he says, yeah, and we start talking. So I was taking some people out to dinner after the awards, and I said, why don't you come and join us? So we became friends. So then one day I get a call, and he says, hey, Leon, I've met her. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, you know, I haven't dated in a long time, but I've met her, I said, what do you mean? He said, I've met the girl I'm going to marry. I've met Elizabeth, and I want you to marry us. So I performed the wedding ceremony. We started working together, and right now as we speak, my company is developing some major television deals for David to possess the airwaves as a force for good. Come on! So in connecting the dots, then David says, I've got this really great friend, and boy, he's phenomenal, Leon. He's just out of this world, Leon. And that friend was the one and only Corey Goode. Come on, let's hear it for Corey Goode. So he says, I want you to start working with Corey. So right now, once again, as we speak, my company is helping to put together a major motion picture on the life of the one and only Corey Goode. Once again, possessing the airwaves as a force for good. Now, to hold the airwaves as a force for good takes major, major work. We wrestle not against what? Flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, spiritual strongholds, and wickedness in high places. And it's our job to wrestle down those strongholds, to wrestle through the heavenlies and hold that portal, you might say, for good. To hold that portal in those airwaves as a space for truth and disclosure that will change this society and change this world, and all of you are a part of that. Come on, give yourselves another big hand. Now that is a major, major undertaking. As a matter of fact, just to hold this conference was a major undertaking. Is Adrian in the room? Well, I don't know where Adrian is. Yesterday, I said, Adrian, how will I find you? And she said, oh, just come in. I'll be the one that's the bald-headed one with the hair laying on the floor. Adrian has had so many attacks just trying to put this great conference on. See, anytime you're going to change lives for the good, anytime you're going to hold a space for the good, there are some spiritual attacks that take place. So Adrian went through a whole horade of different things, people canceling at the last minute. I'm not talking about speakers, but I'm talking about the travel arrangements and equipment and various other things. But these are just spiritual hits. And I can tell you this, anytime the dark force, anytime the enemy starts doing a lot of spiritual hits, then you know something real good is getting ready to happen. And it's for your benefit. So I can tell you right now, we're going to have some major clearances this afternoon in your life. And some of the clearances that some of you will go through, it's not just for you, but it's for your family and your next generation and your next generation. There are certain generational curses that might have to be stopped, and you're the one that has to stop it. It's gone on far too long. What do you mean, Leon, generational curses? Third generation can't hold a job. Third generation can't make more than $100,000. Third generation always a divorce. It's going to stop today, and you're the one that's going to stop it for your family because you're the one that had the courage to show up. Come on. Get happy about this. Last night at about 3 o'clock in the morning, I had a major attack. Now, to be in, I don't really call it deliverance ministry because deliverance is a spooky word. It scares people. So I toned it down a little bit. I call it get set free. I call it clearances. I call it getting rid of certain infections. But at any rate, I'm so prayed up that normally I don't get attacked. But last night at about 3 in the morning, I had a major attack, and it woke me up, and my leg was throbbing in pain. And then all up and down this side was throbbing, and then it was like I was nauseous, almost ready to vomit, and then my temple was hurting. And as I'm just analyzing these things, a voice said, "These are the symptoms of a major heart attack." And I said, "Oh no, that's not going to happen." I said, "This is just a psychic attack, and guess what? It's not going to work." And I got up and I started praying at 3 in the morning, even more so. And then this morning I called one of my prayer warriors and I said, "This is going to be heavy this afternoon, so you and I have to pray for another hour." So we started praying at 9 o'clock this morning, all for you to break down spiritual strongholds and get you set free and get you released. Now, Corey, you know about spiritual warfare. Let me just take a minute with you to hear what you have to say about spiritual warfare and what you and your group and what we've been through and why a ministry like this is important for what you're doing.
Well, Leon, just like you have your prayer warriors, the dark side does as well. They hand out names on lists just like we do, and they focus a lot of negative black magic and other energies on us. If it wasn't for the community praying and interceding for us, there's no way we would have survived, especially this last year. So it's all a spiritual battle.
He said it's all a spiritual battle. And so many of you don't know what somebody like Corey goes through. You don't know the attacks on this man, on his life, on his body, on Stacy, his wife, and his children. The major players bringing these spiritual messages, believe me, it's spiritual warfare, and we pray and do battle in the spiritual every single day. I was talking about what Adrian went through. Corey has gotten hit with a major backache right now as we speak. It started about 3 days ago.
I tore ligaments in my back at the gym.
Torn ligaments in his back. He is in severe, severe pain. He shouldn't be traveling, but he said, "I'm going to suck it up, and I'm going to come, and I'm going to do my thing for my people." And Corey will be speaking later tonight. My lovely Lydia, and I know you don't like to speak publicly, but I have to put you on the spot just for a second. Why is prayer for this community so important?
We need all the help we can get because the negative is doing their work, and we need to do our work.
Absolutely. Between what Lydia said and what Corey said, the dark side takes prayer very, very seriously. Witches and warlocks pray for hours and hours and hours against the light. They pray for hours against some of you that are going to help change society. They take their assignments very seriously, and we have to learn to do the same thing. Now, Allison, we met a year ago. What have you seen this ministry do in your life?
So I got severely ill the early part of this year, January till now. I basically wasn't eating anything. I dropped about 30 to 40 pounds. And I was trying everything, all normal types of medicine, alternative medicine, and it started to become clear to me this was a generational issue. And when I reached out to people like you and Corey, you praying over me specifically, I mean, in the spirit just overwhelming me, I could feel a generational curse, as you said, come out of me, things that I didn't even realize I was holding for my family. And as you were praying in the spirit over me, just the prayer, it pushes it out. The light will push out the dark. If you have to accept it, you have to be as disciplined as the dark is for yourself, for the light, because their level of discipline is unbelievable. We have to have the same level of discipline, and you have been that disciplined, and you helped me get to a point where I did not die. I resumed eating, and I'm back up to 100 pounds as I'm working slowly back up. But the power of prayer got me with what no other medicine, no other food, nothing could do, bringing that darkness out, because you have to accept the light as much as you repel the dark.
Thank you, Allison. This is a real warrior here. She lost over 40 pounds, and the doctors couldn't help her. And there's some instances where I like to see God show off, because when medical science says there's nothing else we can do for you and the future looks very bleak, that's when God does his greatest work. Come on. I said that's when God does his greatest work. Brian, what words of wisdom would you like to add?
I didn't realize I was going to be put on the spot. I just want to echo the sentiments of Lydia and Allison and Corey, that the focus and belief that we need to give to the light as a community, to come together and pray for the things we know that will make this world a better place. Disclosure, the removal of the negative organizations that have so much control over us. The way we can just start to dismantle them is start working on ourselves, and with the people that are closest to us, help them with their inner work, and then the community grows and grows, and then we can make the light grow to the point where it is overpowering to the dark that exists right now.
In other words, we must win. Come on, I said we must win. So, newsflash. Many of you, the battles that you're going through, the pure hell that you're going through, don't take it personally. It's not about you. It's about the calling on your life. That's why you're going through what you're going through. That's why you're different. That's why you don't fit in most places. Whenever I'm asked to pray and speak somewhere, I meditate and I say, Holy Spirit, what do they need? What are they going through? What needs to change? Where do they need help? And so that's what we're going to be looking at this afternoon. Where do you need help? Where do you need clearances? Where do you need burdens and weights to be lifted? For you see, usually individuals on a spiritual journey, they have a hurt, they have a need, they have a hole to fill. Elizabeth Wilcock speaks about soul loss. I call it a shattered soul. Corey has talked about unresolved trauma. You see, if everything is perfect, you usually don't go looking for God. If everything's perfect, you don't go looking for truth or enlightenment. No, usually we're pushed and we're forced into circumstances to take us far into our soul journey. So I'm a spiritual truth seeker. You're a spiritual seeker of truth. If not, you wouldn't be here. So now I must ask the question, what good does it do for you to come to conferences and have all this information, have all these facts, and yet you cannot apply them to your life for your life to have more meaning, for you to have more peace, for you to have more joy, for you to have more contentment? You're going to conferences, you're reading books, you're participating in online web seminars, and yet, in many instances, there's still no financial stability. Career is still topsy-turvy. Relationships are still in fluctuation. All this information and still no peace. For some of you, if one took a graphic of your life, it's up, it's down, it's up and down. It's like a yo-yo. You say, I put in all these hours. I'm almost an expert in some of these situations, and yet I'm still a hot mess. So we've got a lot of work to do in this allotted time. So on this roadmap, on this spiritual destiny, seeking truth, there is a need for balance. And you can stop the music for a moment. There is a need for balance. There is a need to balance disclosure and conspiratorial information, watch this, with spiritual integration and spiritual integrity. For those of you brave enough to leave the path of so-called normalcy, and in truth, some of you didn't just leave, you were snatched off that path because you can't really help it, can you? Because there's this gnawing inside you saying about certain aspects of this world, that's not real. There's this gnawing inside you saying, no, there's got to be a whole lot more to that than they're telling me. There's a discernment in you. There's a sensitivity in you saying, that's not the truth, and I want to know the truth. And guess what? I can handle the truth. And yet, watch this. When your very consciousness and understanding is jarred, changed so radically by learning and then digesting the truth-seeking information without balance, there is a severe risk of ego distortion and a risk of being deceived. Having a balanced spiritual perspective will keep you from getting weird. You ever run into people and they might have some valid information, but they're just too weird? You just don't feel comfortable being around them. They're so metaphysical that they're no earthly good. And no matter how much information they have, it's like, no, I just don't want to be around them. Their own life is such a hot mess, it negates whatever knowledge they might have to share. When you start exploring, you've opened yourself up to the spirit realm. Listen to me very carefully. Every spirit is not benevolent. They will trick you. They will falsely lead you. And if you're not careful, they will try to invade you. So the correct spiritual balance is quite necessary. Many who venture down this rabbit hole of truth-seeking have been turned off by organized religion. And in so many instances, rightly so. Many, when they hear I'm in ministry, they come up to me and they say, oh, Leon, so you're religious. And I say, no, man, I'm not religious, but I am spiritual. And there's a big difference. So there are very many in this community suffering from what I call a wounded spirit. So offended, so disillusioned, so turned off by organized religion that they have turned their back on and they have disconnected themselves from true spirit. So let me share a story with you. I had this electrician come to my house, and all the wiring that he put into the house was done incorrectly. It was a disaster, so much so that it could have caused a fire. And even though he did everything incorrectly, he still charged me money. Therefore, he took advantage of me. So this electrician masqueraded as someone who knew how to handle some of the components of electricity. Obviously, he did not know how to handle it. He was ignorant and mishandled the laws of electricity. I needed to get rid of this electrician. But watch this. I did not need to turn my back on the great gift of electricity. Electricity gave me light and keeps me from fumbling around in the dark. Electricity can heat up my cold house, and this same electricity can do the exact opposite. It can air condition the same house when it's hot outside. This same electricity, if I know how to use it, can run my appliances and take me from living in 18th century conditions into a futuristic modern condition. So why would I walk away from all these great benefits, the great gifts, the great power of electricity just because of a mere errant electrician? But when it comes to spirit, that's what so many do. Organized religion too many times perverts true spirit. Give me strings. Yes, many atrocities have been done. People have been hurt. People have been manipulated. And in too many instances, the great power and the benefits of true spirit have been mishandled and misunderstood. But I'm not going to turn my back on, I'm not going to walk away from true spirit. It's too powerful. There are too many benefits. It's too great of a gift. How can I turn my back on? How can I walk away from? How can I try and separate myself from something that in truth is part of me and I'm part of it? I'm talking about true spirit. Come on, get this. So I can't walk away from it. Yes, to be sure, there are institutions that have tried to hijack the great power of true spirituality. They've tried to hide and keep secret this great knowledge. Oh, but my dear ones, because of the great power and because of the great knowledge is why they have tried for so long to keep it and hide it from you. There is a great power once you have learned to tap in for yourself. So for those of you that have tried to keep spirit at a distance, perhaps, maybe I can serve as a bridge between the search and the knowledge and the true spirit. So let's take back. Let's tap into what they have stolen from you. So therefore, Holy Spirit, I boldly say that you are real. And Holy Spirit, I ask that you invade this room. I ask that you touch every single individual in here and open up their heart and open up their minds to the real thing, to true spirit, to the true love, the very essence of love, the very essence of forgiveness, the very essence of beauty that come from having a relationship with you. Help these to grow. Help us to change. Help us toward our spiritual destiny. Invade this room. Let your spirit, let your power invade this room. Help everyone to know you for themselves. And so as we take this journey this afternoon, what I ask of you is just to keep an open heart. When you feel spirit, start to pull on spirit, because you'll end up having your own private conversation. We're looking for some things to change in your life for the better. So we're going to look at different aspects of life. Stop the music now. We're going to look at different aspects and we're going to deal with them once and for all. So let's look at failure. For those of us that started off ambitious in this life, wanting to do well, wanting to succeed, we studied for success. We worked hard. We cracked the books. We took the SAT test for college. We took special classes. Whatever your chosen field, you trained more than others. You had a better work ethic, more discipline. You pushed yourself. You trained for success. You did everything right. You did everything to win. You did everything to be successful. Or so you thought. But to an extent, all of us, we've been trained backwards. We were trained for success, but no one taught us, no one trained us for failure. No one trained us for defeat. No one trained you for rejection, for the ridicule, the jealousy, the sabotage, the backstabbing. You show me a great success story, and I will show you many more failures. I will show you bankruptcies and ridicule long before they ever reach the success part that they are now known for. This society trains individuals for success, but never trains them to handle failure. It's backwards, it's counterproductive, because there are more failures than success. I tell you, as sure as I'm standing here, you will be hit by failure before you rise to real success. Because as you try and try and try, sometimes you're knocked down, sometimes you're pushed down, sometimes you're pushed back. That's all on the road to true success. The big question is, do you give up or do you learn from your failure? There are financial failures, there are career failures, and there are many other parts to life's balance. Oh, what about those relationship failures? For those of you that are die-hard romantics like me, on the radio they used to call me Leon the Lover. I am a die-hard romantic. And true love is sometimes very elusive. How many of you know that, searching for a true soulmate or that elusive twin flame? Unfortunately, on that road, searching for true love, there are many landmines, there are many counterfeits. I gave them my heart. Yes, I know, but they weren't the right one. But what about this person? Well, in retrospect, they were the right one, but the timing was off. How many of you have been through that one? It was the right person, but I just wasn't ready. This time I was ready, but the circumstances weren't right. This time I was ready, but the person wasn't right. Here's a good one. Watch this. Two souls recognize each other. There is a love connection. But watch this. There is a love connection, but it was never supposed to be romantic. Not physical, no, not this time, no, not within this contract. So the physical romance with that person at that time doesn't work out, yet there is a true love there. You were supposed to know each other. You were supposed to love each other. You were supposed to help each other. You were supposed to be in each other's life. But it was not supposed to be physical. It was not supposed to be romantic. As a matter of fact, the romantic part blew the whole thing up. And now comes major confusion. For most are not emotionally mature enough to recognize, much less handle, this kind of intricate soul recognition. Are you getting what I'm saying? And that's a whole teaching in itself, but I've got to move on. So those of you that are going through trials and tribulations, be of good cheer, because you're in line for great victories. For usually when you're called to do great things, touch other people's lives, part of your training, part of the learning curve will be to go through something. For if you don't learn and grow from the failures, you will not be able to handle the success. I've seen it over and over in Hollywood. People that get success too soon, people that get too much money too soon, usually implode. The money, the fame, and in some cases, adoration. What about when people need you? What about when people depend on you? Can you handle it? Will you stay humble? Will you stay sober-minded? Will you still put in daily time to pray and meditate so you can stay sensitive to what the Holy Spirit wants you to do with them and for them as they're brought across your life path? Or will you be too busy? Can you be put into a position of influence, be blessed with finances, not to flaunt it, not to go crazy, but to help others, to be of service to others? moving on. I get many calls, people saying, Leon, I'm stuck. I'm stuck on so many levels. How can I move things forward in my life? Stuck. It comes in clusters. Being stuck equates into being stranded. Sometimes it morphs into a sense of hopelessness. And then come all these crazy thoughts that sabotage you from moving ahead, much less being successful. Thoughts like, what's the use? Thoughts like, I just can't get ahead. Thoughts like, I don't even feel like getting out of bed today. If you're not careful, you can continue a spiral into feeling down, feeling despair, feeling depressed. And in severe cases, confusion, bewilderment, even with some thoughts of suicide. But here's the good news. Those thoughts are not really yours. Sometimes there's whispers, sometimes there are voices, but it's not really yours. So how do I deal with this? Dear ones, you've got to learn to analyze every single thought. Every single thought. Because most thoughts that come into your life, come through your mind, are not really your thoughts. Scientists say that we are bombarded with over 100,000 thoughts per day. But your job is to analyze it. Is this a thought that's good? Is it lined up with pure spirit? Is this one of my thoughts? But is it a good thought? Is it lined up with pure spirit? Is it lined up with good energy or negative energy? Or is this a thought, who knows where it came from? Because I'll tell you, 80% of the thoughts that come into your mind, you don't know where it came from. It's just there. And it can be a terrible thought. Even on days I'm really prayed up and a certain terrible thought comes into my mind and I analyze it and it's like, where did this come from? This is not my thought. So you learn how to cast it down. You're not responsible for the random thoughts that come into your mind, but you are responsible if you let it harbor, if you dwell on it. So with a negative thought, my job is to not think it. That sounds easy, but it's not. Ever go through a night where you're tossing and turning with worry? And that worry came from a thought. You don't want to think it. You say, I'm not going to think it. But the thought, that nagging thought, that harassing thought, it keeps coming back over and over and over. I won't think about it, but it keeps coming. I use the analogy, it's like a fly in a room. Big room like this. The fly has all this other room to fly around in, and the fly comes and keeps coming at me. And I bat the fly away. It still has the nerve to come back. I bat it away again. You got all this other room. Why pick on me? That's the way nagging, harassing thoughts are. So how do you get rid of it? You have to have an antidote for every negative thought. What do you mean, Leon? I mean, if you have a financial worry, if there's a thought about poverty, if there's a thought about how am I going to get my bills paid, if there's a thought about how am I going to send my kids to school, you've got to have a verse that talks about abundance. And when that nagging thought on a poverty level keeps coming in, you start reading that verse about abundance. And as you read that verse about abundance, guess what? You can't think two thoughts at the same time. So that's why it's very important to have something positive in your life to read about and think about. Come on. It's impossible to think two thoughts at the same time. Now, why is it so important to analyze every single thought and control every thought? Because no emotion is ever triggered without first being triggered by a thought. What do you mean? I mean you were having a good afternoon. You were having a great day. You were minding your own business, and then all of a sudden, this thought came in. And that thought triggered an emotion of despondency. It triggered an emotion of fear. It triggered an emotion of anxiety. It was triggered by the thought. Thoughts trigger emotions, and emotions trigger feelings, watch the dots. Emotions trigger feelings. The thought triggered the emotion of worry. Now all of a sudden there's a feeling in your stomach, a little queasiness. In the back of your neck, it gets a little tight. Your shoulder gets a little tight. The thought triggered the emotion triggered the feeling. The feeling triggers words, and the words trigger actions. The synergy of combinations equals your day, your week, your months, your years, your life. Oh, those emotions. Let's take a good look at emotions. I know some of this is hard. We're plowing through some things, but believe me, you're going to come out a whole lot better when we get finished this afternoon. Just hang in here. Let's take a good look at emotions. Our school systems are run backwards. Usually we're taught things like algebra, geometry, calculus, and the history of France. Things we'll never really use in life. They judge you by your SAT scores. I was in the academically talented classes with the other so-called geniuses that scored a genius IQ. And I got to tell you, many of those kids I was in class with, the so-called geniuses, were some of the most neurotic, unbalanced personalities I've ever seen in my life. As a matter of fact, let me do a disclaimer because I know they're streaming this. For my former classmates, I didn't say all, I said many. So Ronnie and Susan and Kathleen, I'm not talking about you, okay? But I can't tell you how many geniuses I've seen blow careers. So there's one test vitally important that they have never given us. They give us an intelligence IQ, but they don't give us an emotional IQ. I said I've seen many geniuses blow careers. CEOs who can't get along with people, Hollywood talents who can't get along with people. Play Clarion again, Marine. Hollywood talents that can't get along with people. Husbands and wives who blew it. Others who never even got to the place of being a husband or wife. They blew every single relationship that they were in. Basket cases, they left a trail full of casualties because others couldn't put up with their constant bombardment of uncontrollable emotions. We all have emotions. We need emotions, but make sure that your emotions don't have you. I've seen so many talented careers go downhill. Talented, but no one wanted to work with them. I've seen people that could have been tycoons of industry, but no management skills. I've been around so many that have PhDs, others bringing in millions per year, but no emotional maturity. I'm being kind when I say no emotional maturity. Most are in kindergarten when it comes to their emotions. Too many can't control a little thing called their mouth. A little thing called their temper, but it causes big problems. Don't know how to edit your thoughts before you open your mouth. It will cause a big problem. Or nowadays, tweeting. Oh, my dear ones, there's no such thing as just a little tweet. Little tweets have ended big Hollywood careers. Little tweets have taken big people down in industry. You better think about it before you say something. Better think about it before you tweet. Take the music down just a little bit, please. Overreactions. Oh, the overreaction. Still overreacting now in 2019 because of something that happened 20 years ago. I call them phantom and triggered reactions. But here's the good news. We're going to get rid of those things this afternoon. Come on. I said we're going to get rid of those things this afternoon. Your emotions will either take you up or cause you a deep crash down. They can help you along your path, or they can blow up your road toward your spiritual destiny. You ever watch a little cork or a twig in a running stream? And that cork is running this way and that way with the stream. That cork sometimes gets caught up in a little whirlpool and it's circling around like that. Unfortunately, that's the way people's lives are that can't control their emotions. They're on a white knuckle express roller coaster ride of life. You never know what's going to happen from one day to the next. Sometimes from 1 hour to the next. So I say, no, stop it. You're supposed to be in charge. You're supposed to be in control of your thoughts, your mind, and your emotions. The phone rings. You have no idea what's going to be said on the other side of that phone. It could be good news or it could be chaotic. You don't know what this particular day is going to bring into your life. You have no control over that. But you do have control over how you react. Let me say that again. I said you do have control how you react to every single circumstance. Come on, get it. So, dear ones, how do you become a master? You control your thoughts. You control your emotions. You control your feelings. You control your words. You control your actions. And then, and only then, can you become a master. Only then do you have self-control, mastery over your own life. Analyze every thought. Go into chimes, please. Analyze every thought. So someone said, Leon, I guess it has to be day by day. And I said, no, dear one. It's got to be hour by hour, second by second, every single thought you must analyze and you must control. Moving on. I feel the spirit in the room. Many things are breaking, many things are being loosened up. So in moving on, what about what I call the silent conflicts? With the inner emotions, so often there's a silent conflict, a subtle struggle. So what about those silent conflicts going on inside you? Things that no one but those extremely close to you even know about. Some things you're going through, no one knows. Not even the one that sleeps next to you. And let me take a little sidestep here. That's why it's so important that we should show love and consideration to every single person we meet. Because you never know what they're going through. So for those of you going through, it's irrelevant that others don't know. What's paramount is that your struggle is real. And let me let you in on a little secret. There are some things that you are going through and even you don't know the cause, not the root cause. Oh, but the symptoms are there. Discouragement, fear, anger, temptation, no real joy, no real contentment, never satisfied. I'm a sensitive person. Spirit has made me sensitive, and I can feel the pain, I can feel the hurt of so many in this room. Some of you, you've been bravely, quietly hurting for so long. Some of you are just numb. You don't truly know how to feel anymore. And then there are those of you still struggling to forgive. You say, I can't forgive. And I say, oh, if you can't forgive, therefore you can't grow. Therefore you can't move on. For you see, if you're still holding on, if you can't let go, then you can't open to receive. So to move on, to grow, to be open to receive, you got to let things go. Forgiveness, that's how you quit being stuck. Forgiveness, that's how you move ahead. This afternoon, I so much pray that you no longer become a victim of your own trauma and your own drama from the past. You're pinged daily. Some are reacting right now daily to things that happened years ago, decades ago. These present daily negative reactions pinged by your past circumstances are sabotaging your present and your future. So let's reject this anger. With some of you, this anger has now festered into bitterness. Bitterness is anger turned inward. Bitterness is a spirit. Bitterness is a spiritual cancer. Old pains, old hurts, now metastasized into bitterness. It will consume you. A seething rage. It will change your life. It will cripple your life. It will cripple your character. You become cynical. You become paranoid. Watch this. You become a victim to your own anger. I reject this spirit of bitterness. I come against old wounds and old hurts. I come against the heartbreak and old baggage from the past. It's filled you up long, for much too long, and we're going to get rid of it this afternoon so that new good things can come into your life. I said so new good things can come into your life. And so how do we move on? One of the roadblocks to being set free and moving on is unforgiveness. My dear ones, forgiveness is not an emotion. Forgiveness is not a feeling. Forgiveness is a spiritual law. Forgive others so that you yourself, come on, might be forgiven. Unforgiveness is equivalent to you drinking rat poison every day, thinking that it will hurt someone else. Watch this. Your forgiveness is truly taking your power back. So you must forgive. Leon, you don't know what they did to me. It doesn't matter. Forgive. Oh, but Leon, you don't know how much it hurt. It doesn't matter. Forgive. But they don't deserve to be forgiven. It's not about you. It's not about them. It's about you. See, when you forgive, you're setting yourself free. When you forgive, you're setting spirit free so that he can come into that area and start to do the necessary healing in that area in your life. And I can feel the Spirit. His presence is here. I said the presence of the Holy Spirit is here. Just pull down on it. Ask the Holy Spirit to change in you what you cannot change yourself. Ask the Holy Spirit to show you where you need to change, what you need to do. Some things you've never done before you need to start doing. Some things you need to stop doing. Ask him to show you, and Spirit will. And so now, under this wonderful anointing, under this wonderful presence of the Holy Spirit, let's get free. Who do you need to forgive? With someone, you may have to call them. It doesn't mean to go back into a relationship. It doesn't mean to debate it all over again. It simply means to call and say, I forgive you. I'm your sister. I love you. I'm your brother. I love you. It doesn't matter about that past. Let's forgive each other and move on. Daddy, I forgive you. I know you didn't mean it. I should have said this a long time ago. I forgive you. In some instances, people have passed on. Been dead now 17 years, but you're still holding grudges. You're still holding on to it. You're still holding on to the hurt and the anger. Even if they've passed on, just silently say, I forgive you. And let it go. Let it go. And then some of you need to forgive yourself. You've been beating up on yourself far too long. Keep the music playing. If you don't have chimes, go into strings, go back and forth. You've been beating up on yourself far too long. Forgive yourself. Time to grow. Time to move on. I forgive. I forgive. I'm going to take just a moment here to let the Holy Spirit work with you. To let Holy Spirit whisper to you what you need to do, what you need to change so that you can move on. Make this your personal conversation between the Holy Spirit and you. I open up my heart to you. Holy Spirit, speak to me. Holy Spirit, take my open heart and make it even more yours. I want to grow. I want to change. Change me from the inside out. I'm ready right now. Talk to me. I'm going to take one more minute. Oh, this is good. I can feel it. This is good. I can feel it. Burdens are lifting. Weights are coming off. Heaviness is evaporating. And while we're at this moment, let me deal with heartbreak. No more hurt. No more hurt. You've gone through enough. I call back those pieces of a broken heart. I call back those pieces of a shattered soul. Some of you, your heart was broken way back when you were 16 years old. You've never been whole. I call back that piece of a broken heart. You left another piece when you were about 22. I call back that piece of a broken heart. And what about the shattered mind? I call it back now. You've been a fragment too long. Woman, be made whole. Sir, be made whole. When you walk out of here this afternoon, no more being scattered, no more confusion, no more being in a mind fog. Be made whole. Able to see clearly, able to think clearly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Holy Spirit, we thank you for what you're doing. Holy Spirit, we thank you for what you're doing. Holy Spirit, we thank you for what you're doing and what you're getting ready to do. Now we're going to go through some real clearance because you have been open to forgiving, and now we can move on to the next step. When we get into clearance, I'm going to start calling some things out. I just want you to flow with the Spirit. Depending on how far you'll let me go, if I start praying in the Spirit, don't be offended, don't be afraid. I'm just doing what I need to do to help with this clearance. Start playing my clearance music. Right now, we go high, high, high into the heavenlies. And with the power of the Holy Spirit, we tear down strongholds right now. We come against principalities, and we come against power, and we come against spiritual wickedness in high places, and we break down that power now. I said we break down that power now with the power of the Holy Spirit. Archangel Michael, I call upon you and your warring angels to do battle for these people now. Battle in the heavenlies. Battle in the spiritual, battle in the earthly realm, and set them free. Set souls free now. I come against anxiety. I come against anxiety disorders. I come against phobias. I come against fear. I come against that black cloud, that black dog of depression. Depression must go. I break the spirit of depression right now. I come against manic depression. I break it now. I come against torment. I come against every harassing spirit. I break it now. I come against those of you that have been too intense. When you're intense, you're too uptight, and being too intense brings upon disease. I break that spirit now. I break it now. I come against the spirit of shame. No more shame. I dissipate it now by the power of the Holy Spirit. I come against every single power that tries to hold these people back. I come against failure, the spirit of failure. I come against the spirit of rejection. It seems like every time you take one step forward, you get knocked back 3. I break that. I break that spirit now, that spirit of poverty. I break it now. Every time it seems you're trying to get ahead, something goes wrong, something breaks down. I break it now. I break the spirit of poverty over their life right now. It's time for things to be set free. It's time for things to be loosened. Every single phobia, every single disorder, I come against it now. I come against every sickness. I come against every disease right now. I come against that spirit of almost. Watch this. Almost got the job. Almost got the promotion. The relationship almost worked out. I break the spirit of almost. I come against spiritual hemorrhages and spiritual fumbling. No more spiritual miscarriages. Now you will have a full-blown pregnancy to birth your vision. Come on, I said a full-blown pregnancy to birth your vision. Now tell them what you need. Tell them what you've been going through. His presence is here. He's here to help. Just tell them what you need. What you've been going through. What you're tired of. Some of you, you'll need to make some changes right now. You can say, okay, I'll stop doing that. I'm not going to do that anymore. Some of you, you're going to need to start doing some things. You might say, okay, I'm going to start doing this. Maybe I'm going to really schedule in my prayer time. Maybe I'm going to schedule in my meditation time. What are you willing to do to move ahead? What are you willing to give up to move ahead? And right now, with this presence is here. He always comes bearing gifts. There's healing in this room right now. There's healing power in this room right now. Close your eyes, please. Close your eyes. And those of you that need a healing in your body, just put a hand where you need the healing and lift another hand up toward the heavenlies and just say, thank you for being a healer. Thank you for healing me. Thank you for touching me. Thank you for setting me free. Just take it. Just take it. His presence is here. His presence is here. And he always comes bringing gifts. Just pull on him. Pull on the power of the living God. Pull on the power of the Holy Spirit. There's great power here. There's great love here. For those of you that have that spirit of abandonment no more, feel his love. Feel him loving you. Maureen, take me back into chimes, please. Sha-da-da-da-da. Ishonda balito kumaska. Ishando ba hikado lishanita hato. Ima shikidi namadita loko ushkadamaku. He koba ho ushiki ina. Reva bolu si dan de kudala bakatosha. Inanana. Ma songi dala kodaba she duda bala kote shanamata. Yena soko uta hina shanamalo kota. Indo bali se joko shika ni no masha dudu la baka. Ena ha shanamata. Bo kidi show li da ha sunamato kuhisha ha. Eba do deliata to shanamatata. Shamoko shakata. That's just me praying in my heavenly language as we bring in even more of his presence, even more of his power. Just pull down on him. The more you want him, the more he'll come. The more you pull on him, the more he'll come. This is when we go into a whole other space. So many times in my living room or in my bedroom, I'll play music like this. And I'll ask for his presence to come into the room and touch me. And when his presence comes in, it's like electricity. And I start to tingle all over my head, all over my body. I feel that electricity come in. And sometimes inside it's like a fire. And I know his presence. And he talks to me. He tells me things and shows me things. If you ever want your heart to break, ask him to show you his heart for other people. And once he shows you his heart for other people, I guarantee you, you'll never look down on another person ever again, because he loves them as much as he loves you. Those that are living like dogs out on the streets, that are homeless, he loves them as much as he loves you. And next time you'll stop and you'll have a conversation with one of them. You might even be so bold to not just give money, but to give one of them a hug or look them in the eye. I hugged a guy the other day that was homeless, and he broke down crying. I said, "What's your name?" He said, "My name's Donnie." I said, "Donnie, why are you crying?" He said, "Leon, nobody's even looked me in the eye for the past 5 years. That's why they call us homeless. We don't have a name. We're not an individual. We're just a cluster." He said, "And for someone to hug me, do you know the last time I was ever hugged? I can't remember." But when you have times just sitting with the Spirit of the Most High God, he'll open up your heart. He'll make you stop doing some things that on your own you could have never stopped. And then he'll have you do some things that on your own you could have never done. And as you get to know him better, he'll start to show you things not just about yourself, but for other people. And when he shows you things about other people, it's not for you to run and tell somebody else. It's so that you can start praying for that person in a particular way. It's so that he can use you as his vessel, either chimes or strings, either one. He can use you as his vessel. For he is a spirit. And on this dimension, in this third density, he works through bodies. He works through vessels. He's looking to work through you. If you open up to him, he'll make you so sensitive that he'll tell you what to say to that other person. He'll show you what to do for that other person. He'll show you how to give to help that other person. You'll become part of a whole spirit connecting of dots. He'll speak through you. He'll move through you. He'll touch people through you. Watch this. He'll change society through you. He'll change this world through you. It all happens one vessel at a time. You and you and you and you, all one at a time. That's how we change this whole thing. I was talking to the lovely Lydia, and I said, "Lydia, this presentation is so important. I'm praying about it. What's something that you think I should share?" And then she show you how Spirit works. It was morning for me in LA, and I was sitting, praying and meditating, writing things down that Spirit was showing me to share in this presentation. And Lydia pinged me and said, well, why don't you share? She said, I started out, it was overwhelming. How can I help change society? She said, and I started out just doing little things. She said, I started out just making it a purpose to smile at people. Do you know just smiling at a person would change that person's day? Just saying a friendly hello. And she said, and then in driving, I learned to be a polite driver. If somebody's trying to get ahead of me, if somebody needs to get in the lane, I just slow down and let them in the lane. We're talking about little random acts of kindness. We're talking about being God-like. We're talking about being His children. And so we're just about finished, but I want to take just one more moment for you to close your eyes. And right now, I want you to feel the pure love. I want you to feel the pure love that He has for you. So many times I've had meetings, and the power of the Holy Spirit showed up in such a tremendous way. We had documented healings and big breakthroughs and big deliverances, and everything was done. And the meeting was really over, but nobody left. They just sat for another 20 minutes, another half hour, another hour, because they were sitting in His presence. And they felt pure love. And that's what I want you to feel right now. Pure love. Those that get high all the time, those that seek that elusive high, what they're really looking for is what we're doing right now, what we're experiencing right now. True peace. True love. Some of you, maybe you've never felt it. And, dear ones, as you're sitting here, don't see yourself as how old you are now. But in your mind's eye, see yourself as this little girl. See yourself as this little boy, about 4 years old. And hear the Holy Spirit whispering to you, I love you. I love you. You're precious to me. Just feel Him invading your soul, your mind, your emotions, your heart. Pure love. I love you. And yes, I will use you to help others. Yes, I will use you to help change this society. Don't worry about others. I will use you one step at a time. Now take 2 minutes more and then we'll be finished. Breathe it in. Breathe in this love. Holy Spirit, breathe through them. Breathe through your people. Breathe through your people. Touch your people. Some of you, you feel the heat. Some of you, it's like a warmth. Some of you, it's a thickness like honey. Some of you, it's a breeze. But His Spirit is here, touching you. And many of you will never, ever be the same after an encounter like this. What I want you to do is hold on to this feeling. Memorize this feeling right now. And make it a point in your home, in your own sanctuary, to get back to this feeling every day. And then you will become one that learns how to accept His energy and carry His energy wherever you go. And in finishing up, go ahead and check your body, because many of you got a healing. Many of you got a healing. Close your eyes a second. I just want to take a little survey. Close your eyes. Those of you that know that you got a healing somewhere in your body, would you hold your hand up and wave it at me? Wow, look at all the hands. Look at all the hands. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Holy Spirit. And many of you got relief in your mind, in your emotions, in your heart, and in your feelings. You can open your eyes. We're done. And I say this, keep the music playing. I say this, no man, no woman takes credit for anything that was done this afternoon. Holy Spirit, we give you all the honor and all the thanks and all the glory. We give you the praise, we give you the honor, we give you the glory. We're done. Keep what you got. It was my pleasure to be here to serve you. Praise Him.
Wasn't that an incredible experience? Oh my gosh. We were monitoring the live chat, and just the live chat was going crazy. Everybody was just talking about how amazing experiences they were having, even on the live feed. So thank you, Leon, for what you did. Absolutely amazing. So now we have, in about 15 minutes, we have Bara coming up to speak, and I'm sorry I don't know what he's actually talking about, but he's going to talk about something cool. I know that. So, all right, so we'll see you guys soon, and thank you.
Hi, this is Corey Goode with the Sphere Being Alliance, and I'm with you at DoD.
Hey everybody, we're live backstage with Leon Kennedy. That was an amazing interview. Presentation you made. This is an interview. Anyway.
Call it a presentation. It's more just like a spiritual experience, right? It really was.
And we had some awesome questions from everybody on the live stream that they actually had for you. And one of them was, if we forgive those who allow suffering to take place, will that allow them to be of light and not of darkness?
Wow, that's really a good question. And also it's a very complicated question because, people have free will. So the main thing you have to remember when it comes to forgiveness is when you forgive, it sets you free, and the power of God will deal with that other person in whatever way that other person lets the power of God deal with them.
That's a great answer. Okay, so another question was, for anyone struggling with his message, what are good books to start with that might help them get some good information?
Well, once again, it depends on a person. In other words, it's like dating. There's a relationship. So first of all, I would have to recommend the Bible and learn the things that Jesus said. So Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, I think that is a great starting space. I know that a lot of people have something against, quote, religion, but just ask the Holy Spirit to interpret for you what you're reading, and read what Jesus had to say. Watch what Jesus did. For example, it always talks about, and he was moved by compassion, and he went out and he did things. He prayed. He helped people. He changed people's lives wherever he went. That's a great starting point.
That is a great starting point. So this is interesting because it goes right into this next question. Somebody had a serious question. Why do people end up hating God?
I think that they end up being tricked. We've got to remember there's always spiritual warfare going on. So the dark wants you to hate the light. The dark will trick you to hate the light and to get away from the light. There are a lot of what I call trickster spirits out there. Don't fall for it. Test every spirit. Go toward the light.
Okay, and last, how do you heal someone so far gone? How do you get through to them when it seems like it's impossible? Any advice for this person?
Yes. Even though things are impossible for man, nothing is impossible for God. Here's where prayer works. Let me phrase it like this. We do have free will. However, so some people might say, well, why are you going to pray for somebody if they have free will? They're going to do whatever they want to do anyway. Here's what prayer would do. Prayer will remove the darkness from that person. Prayer will help to remove the confusion and the cobwebs over that person, where there's at least enough of an opening for the Spirit of God to at least get through to speak to that person or touch that person. Then after that, it's up to that person whether they receive or they don't.
Got it. Leon, thank you so much for coming back here and interviewing with us.
Thank you, guys.
It was an amazing presentation.
Love you guys.
Oh yeah, we love you too, man. And it's great. It's always amazing experiences every time we have you on, every time we're with you. So appreciate everything you're doing too.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Do you want to close this off?
So you got next. Stay tuned for Mike Bara, and we'll see you, Bara. He's gonna get us for that. He just looked at me. He's sitting right here. I'm in trouble now. All right, you guys. Well, stay tuned. All right. See ya.
Testing. Hey guys, welcome to Dimensions of Disclosure. We have Mike Bara coming up very momentarily. We have a quick PSA for you. We want to remind you to visit all of the vendors here at the show. They are all fantastic. In particular, we have Dr. Christian Torin here this year. He is at so many of the expos. I'm sure many of you have seen him. And basically, he is a clairvoyant medium on Coast to Coast. He just did a show with George Nori on Star Seeds and Star People, if you heard that one, as well as his own television show called Messenger. And he is doing one-on-one sessions here right behind the registration table along the wall. And basically what he does is he works with your guides and your higher self to give you the information. They're on a much higher plane and can see much further into the future. He's also a clairvoyant medical intuitive, one of 2 people in the world that literally see inside the body, any health-related issues and things like that. Spot on. He also scans your aura. He can scan your chakras. He can also talk with your crossed over family, friends, relatives, even pets. And he is different from many in that he does not use any tools or devices. So no tarot cards, palm reading, or pendulums. Instead, he's a clairvoyant medium. So the minute you sit down in front of him, he sees your crossed over family standing behind you, your guides, and your archangel. And by the way, your guide could be an alien guide. He does see that as well. And he gives information from them to you. Specialties include finding your soulmate, very specific with names, dates, places, what's going to happen on that day, what they look like. That's usually the keynote address. Career path, life purpose. You can do the optional health scan, name of your archangel and guides, relocation questions, legal questions, basically everything under the sun. He is the only one here sold out every weekend in every city in the United States, and it is digitally recorded and emailed to you. Again, his name is Dr. Christian Torin, and it is the booth right behind the registration table, right on this floor, right outside these doors. Feel free to come by and ask any questions. And please welcome our host.
Hey everybody, we're
Hey
back.
everybody. Well, you guys, next, we actually have Mike Bara, one of our good
Bara, Mike Bara.
He's gonna have a lesson for me later.
So he's going to present something that is so cool that it's going to blow your minds. So he doesn't know what, we don't know what he's going to present, but let's see. It says, Tell the Truth Wednesday. That's what it says up here.
Obviously, we're really good at this. Actually does say the name of his presentation is Tell the Truth Wednesday with Mike Bara. Now,
whatever that means. You can explain it.
Mike actually came into New York, and Ben, you spent some time with Mike.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, so I didn't realize that he never was in New York before, and we went to the World Trade Center. And so he was just like, hey, I'm going to the World Trade Center, and you want to go? And I was like, sure. And he was out of town, and so we went down there, hung out, and dude, he was just such an awesome guy. I never really talked to him before.
And if you haven't had the chance, you should check him out on social media. Some of the deep dives that he does are actually amazing. Like, it's really fun to go in and check all of those out. But we'll formally introduce him now.
Yeah,
Mike Bara is a New York Times best-selling author, lecturer, and TV personality. Bet you didn't know that. He's the author of The Choice, Ancient Aliens on Mars 2, Ancient Aliens and Secret Societies. Got to read that one. And co-author of Dark Mission, The Secret History of NASA.
Yeah, so he has made numerous public appearances lecturing on subjects about space science, NASA, physics, UFOs, and the link between science and spirits. And his, just a side note, his understanding of really what's going on with the dark alien agenda thing, it's like right on point. Really cool about that. And he has been featured, he's been a featured guest on radio programs like Coast to Coast, and a regular contributor to the television programs of Ancient Aliens, and America's Books of Secret. And he was also featured in Uncovering Aliens, and he actually has a new program that is coming out soon. That's why he was in New York filming, and he might be talking a little bit about that as well.
And without further ado, Mike
Bara. Whoa.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thanks, Ben. It was super cool to hang out with Ben, too, just to tell you the truth. He's an awesome guy. and it is Mike Bara, not Bara. It looks like Bara, but it's Bara. So this is not going to be Tell the Truth Wednesday. That's my YouTube show that I do on Wednesday nights at 5 p.m. Pacific and 8 Eastern. So if you are interested in what you hear today, by all means, like and subscribe and come over and watch, because that's what I talk about. It's interesting. When I do most of my things, lectures and stuff, I do things that are associated more with aliens and extraterrestrials and ancient aliens and all that stuff that I'm known for. But that's not really what interests me right now. What interests me is what we're talking about here at Dimensions of Disclosure, and the politics, the war that's going on in our country, and make no mistake, we're in the middle of a civil war. At the moment, it is not a war with guns. It is a legal and political war that's going on, but it is a civil war, and there are two opposing sides, and somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. And I'm going to explain to you why that has to happen and what we should do about it. And the other thing that's really got me perturbed at the whole Q movement is that we're not moving fast enough. We're letting the other side entrench, and things are going to go very bad if we don't get moving forward. So that's what I want to talk about today. Again, YouTube show, like and subscribe. I have a lot of books out. I've got a bunch of copies of Ancient Aliens and JFK, which is kind of relevant because it's about how the deep state assassinated President Kennedy and why they did so. I'll tell you who the gunman was on the grassy knoll. A lot of cool stuff in there. And I have a couple other books out. The Triangle is my newest book, which is about the Bermuda Triangle, but we're not here to talk about that today. So what I want to talk about is current events. Now, as a lot of you guys know, President Trump expressed an interest in the last week in buying Greenland. Now, it's not normal for people to want to buy a country, but, Trump's a businessman. He probably thinks everything is for sale, and there's certainly a history of, we bought the U.S. Virgin Islands, and, he basically tweeted out this picture a couple days ago where he just said, hey, look, I'm not going to do this to Greenland. Everybody just relax. I'm not doing this to Greenland, but, I thought about it. But I just love the epic troll level of Donald Trump. I mean, you can dislike him, his policies, whatever. I'm fine with that. But you got to admit, the guy is the best troller ever that we've ever had in the White House. I mean, this is hilarious. But it raises the question, what is there in Greenland? Why does he want Greenland? Why is he citing that Harry Truman wanted Greenland? There has to be something that they're looking at that's important. That's not just access to the Arctic. Give me a break. We've got Canada north of us. I mean, Canada, they're not going to stop us from doing anything we want to do in the Arctic if there's some reason to go there, or there's some military purpose. So it could be rare earths, rare materials. The thing to keep in mind is that everybody's all wooed out about Antarctica. Oh, there's pyramids in Antarctica, which may or may not be pyramids. And there's all the stories that Corey's going to tell you and stuff about that area. But what's the difference between Greenland and Antarctica? If Antarctica has really been under the ice for 13 million years, like Linda Howe is constantly citing, so's Greenland, because it's been iced over just as much. So couldn't there just as easily be a civilization, an ancient civilization in Greenland as there is in Antarctica? And this means something. I don't know what it means, but my spider sense went off when this happened, and there's something there that we need. Other people speculate there's rare earths there. There's the kind of materials that are rare that we need for silicon chips and cell phones and things like that right now we're buying from the Chinese, so Trump is trying to leverage the Chinese. I don't know if that's true. I just know that there's something going on in Greenland, and this was intentional because, and the way we know that is because when the Prime Minister of Denmark said, oh, that's ridiculous, or what a silly thing, it's absurd, and said we're not going to discuss selling Greenland, Trump said, okay, I'm not coming to Denmark after all. He just decided to stay home. That's a leveraging tactic by Trump. That means that he is trying to force them to come to the table. Nothing's for sale until the price goes up, right? Then everything is for sale. So there's something going on. And the fact that he canceled his state visit to Denmark over the issue tells you how important it is. It's something to keep your eye on. Other things that are happening, and these are connected, is that we have this situation where there is a D-class finally coming. There appears that there's going to be some reports coming out, the Inspector General report, a lot of stuff about the Russia hoax, who was behind it, who initiated it, and who committed crimes involved in that. And right now, all the implications show that the Russia frame-up job on Donald Trump was started back in 2016 by the senior officials of the Obama administration. So given that fact, what I think we're looking at is that there has to be some sort of way to keep that from happening. I mean, basically the dark side, call them the cabal, that's Sean David Morton's old term for them, they have to put a stop to this. They can't let this cancer get all the way up to the top levels of the Obama administration, because that would be disastrous for the deep state, for the enemies of the people. So what have they started doing? Well, for one thing, they killed Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there's a lot of people that are out there saying, oh, this is a white hat operation, and they faked his death. Now, I'm going to show you somebody later in this presentation who did, in fact, fake his death, but it's not Jeffrey Epstein. The guy is dead. I'm positive the guy is dead, because everybody wanted him dead. And what I heard from sources that I have is that this was an MI6 hit because there were other members of the royal family besides Prince Andrew, who is now a lost cause and was recently photographed with a young girl, basically walk of shaming her out of Epstein's mansion. That was really bad for the royal family, but there's another member of the royal family who was involved with him. And I hear that a member of the royal family is going to assume room temperature in the next 10 days, meaning that they're already preparing right now for a royal family funeral. Now, my guess at the time was Prince Philip, because Andrew's too obvious, but Andrew is really becoming a liability, and I think we have to watch that. You know, I realize that people want to believe that he's still alive, and this is all part of some secret plan, and patriots are in control, but I gotta be honest, I don't think patriots are in control. I think Q is feeding us some stuff that is basically to keep us calm, basically to keep us from going out in the streets and rioting and demanding justice and demanding the truth. The Clintons, did you see how happy they were the day, I don't have the slide here, but they were laughing and partying it up the day that his suicide was announced. They did this. The MI6, the royal family called in a favor. They took care of it. But the cool thing about it, of course, is that everybody is now going to go after this. Nobody believes that this guy committed suicide, and it's really ludicrous. We've got forensic pathologists saying he didn't commit suicide. We've got people that have been in law enforcement saying it. You're seeing it on the mainstream news. You're even seeing it on some, MSNBC and CNN, and of course Fox News is covering the fact that this guy could not possibly have committed suicide. It's a ridiculous story, and what that means, I tweeted this out the other day, is we are all conspiracy theorists now. It's going to be really hard for them to taint us with the conspiracy theorist label when stuff like this happens. It's so obvious and so obviously benefits people. And of course, they're trying to say, oh, Trump knew Jeffrey Epstein. Well, yeah, he did in 1995 or something, 2000. But there's obviously a lot deeper Clinton involvement with Epstein than there was with Trump. So part of this, is extending over to this lawsuit. Virginia Roberts is suing Ghislaine Maxwell, who was Epstein's mistress, and that is where a lot of this paperwork is coming out. It was this case where the judge basically said, okay, I'm going to release all these documents for people to look at, and they have a lot of incriminating evidence in them. The day before Epstein was killed, which was very, very convenient timing. So we have these issues that are coming up where you see more and more of this stuff bubbling to the surface. I think there was an old X-Files episode where they found alien bodies in a train that had been buried by the government in New Mexico, right? And it just said, nothing, everything dies, but nothing stays buried forever. So everything is bubbling up to the top, and it's just a question now of how far will it go? So then other things have happened this week, which is really interesting. A guy went up to Chris Cuomo, who's a CNN host of a nighttime political talk show, and called him Fredo the other day, referencing the Fredo, the dumb brother of the Corleone family from the Godfather movies. And of course, he went nuts, and Trump, once again, using the epic troll, instinct that he has, immediately printed out Fredo unhinged T-shirts with clips from the video and sold them on his website. It's like he printed, it's like he's got those plastic Trump 2020 straws. So again, it's pretty amusing. But Fredo is important. Chris Cuomo is important because guess what happened on his show yesterday? What happened on his show yesterday is he brought on the CEO of Overstock.com, who said that the FBI and Russian agents, a Russian agent named Marina Butina, basically recruited him to set up this whole fake Trump Russia collusion narrative. And what he said is the orders came from Peter Strzok. So, you know, I'm thinking this stuff through, and I'm like, okay, what's really going on here? And I'll tell you what I think's going on. This plot to overthrow the government, and that's exactly what it is. Any language less than that, it was a seditious plot to overthrow the president. There's no way around it. Is basically going to trace all the way back to Barack Obama himself, because the essence of this, as some people are reporting, like Hannity, who, God, Hannity is so stupid, but he's got a few things right. Does he ever let a guest finish their sentence before he starts talking over them? The guy is so dumb. But he's the Fredo of Fox News. But last night he had this guy on, and this guy said, oh, it was Peter Strzok. So here's what they're doing. The deep state has said, okay, this D-class is coming. This information is coming. There's nothing we can do to stop that. So what we're going to do is we're going to draw a line in the sand. What they're going to do now is they're going to blame everything on Comey, McCabe, and Strzok. They're going to say they were rogue elements within the FBI. The FBI is really good. You know, everybody in the FBI, the rank and file, they're good, but these three guys were bad, and they're going to get blamed for everything, hoping that the blame does not get pushed beyond them straight into the Oval Office of the Obama administration, which is actually where it goes. So that's what they're attempting to do, is they're trying to now basically, otherwise this guy would not be on Chris Cuomo's show on Deep State CNN. It simply wouldn't be there. So this is the narrative they're now going to try to create. They're going to sacrifice these three guys and let them take the whole blame when all the stuff starts to hit the fan and try to protect the Obama White House. And why do they have to do that? Because Obama also enlisted foreign intelligence agencies in his scam, because there were things that they couldn't do legally in the United States, but foreign governments could spy on Trump in certain ways. So they enlisted the Australians, the Italians, and the British, okay? The Italian government has flipped over. It's now I don't want to say pro-Trump, but let's say pro-alliance government, and they're going to cooperate in exposing this stuff. Boris Johnson is the new prime minister of England, and he's more pro-alliance than than Theresa May was. So we're going to get more cooperation from them on how MI6 was involved, and all this stuff has to be stopped. They have to keep this from getting to the Obama White House, because once it gets there, it becomes worldwide. And when it becomes worldwide, we don't just have a political scandal in the US, we have a revolution taking place all over the world. So that's why we're here at Dimensions of Disclosure, to discuss this stuff and to be prepared for it, and to talk about how we got here and where we're going. So in 2010, I wrote a book. It was called The Choices, my second book, and it was basically about how our spiritual beliefs and science were actually connected, and you could actually prove with scientific experiments all this weird woo-woo stuff that we believe in, crystals and mediums and people speaking to us from beyond, all that stuff could actually be proven. And I'm not going to go into too many details here about what was in the book, but this stuff actually has a scientific background. And I went and I found these things like Cleve Baxter's experiments with lie detectors, where he found out that plants actually could tell if you thought, oh, I'm going to burn this leaf. The plant knew that and reacted to it and got scared. And it was all recorded on the electromagnetic impulses on the lie detector. So people don't understand there is a force that connects everything. There's a consciousness and intent. And the cool thing is the plants, they even could tell when you were BSing. If you just thought, oh, I'm going to burn this plant, but you didn't really intend to do it, they knew the difference. How amazing is that? Plants actually have consciousness. So next time one of your vegan friends gets all in your face about, oh, you're so mean, you kill those poor little animals, well, guess what? The plants are just as afraid of being harvested as the pigs and the dogs are and the donkeys. They are. It's true. They are. So the vegans are not morally superior to the carnivores. They're not. Which, you know, I don't know why the rules are set up like this. I don't know why we have to kill something and eat it to survive. I don't know why it was set up like this. I hear at the next levels it's not like that, but it's the way of the world, and, you know, eat what you want and what makes you feel healthy, right? That's my advice. So the thing that connects all this is something called a metric tensor torsion field, which Einstein actually discovered and wrote about, but then he kind of discarded because it didn't really fit his other theories. And what it does, it talks about, is that there's this rotating roiling motion of everything in the universe. The sun's path through the galaxy is like this. It's a spiral. It's not flat like they always showed you. Everything is constantly in this spiraling, spinning motion, which is the driving force of the entire universe. Here's a shot of a solar flare coming out, not coincidentally, from 19.5 degrees on the sun. And I've wrote about this in stuff like my books Dark Mission and The Choice, showing this sort of roiling motion of this ejected solar flare. This is the natural source, the natural force that's behind everything. This is why scientists, scientific materialists believe a lot of stupid stuff, like dark matter. They believe that, 70% of the matter in the universe is out there. It's just invisible. You just can't see it or hear it or detect it. That's nonsense. It's that there's other forces going on in this universe that we don't understand yet, or that we could have understood, but we discarded for various reasons, which may have not been accidental. We may have been sort of pushed into not investigating these different things. Do you know that they don't know really why airplanes fly? They've done experiments where they measure the lift generated by the whole air pressure over the wing thing. Comes up short, comes up about 5 or 10% short. No, it's not that. All we know is that if you build an airfoil in a certain way and you push an airplane forward fast enough, it lifts off the ground. But it's like pretty scary when you're reading design manuals. I was an aerospace engineer and you go, they don't really know why planes fly. They just know that they do fly. There's a lot of things, I don't mean to scare you if you're flying home. Also, in the design manuals, like I worked at Boeing, it says right in there, you have to design this cross-sectional area so that it doesn't collapse under the stress that you're likely to encounter, blah, 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 blah. And we don't know exactly why the structure doesn't crumple if you build it like this, but if you build it like this, it won't collapse. It's like, okay, right, that's scary. So what's happening is everything in this universe, everything physical, the energy, everything comes from energy, and matter is simply slow-moving energy, right? That's solidified, slow down. It's all gummed up because the sound waves and the light waves are interfering. But there is a signature, which was, believe it or not, detected from the monuments of Mars, the mathematical relationships of some pyramids and stuff on the planet Mars, which I studied for years. And basically the rules of that mathematics says that you're going to see these energy upwellings, this energy stuff, come out at 19.5 degrees, right around 20 degrees latitude, based on whether or not the magnetic field is north or south. So as you look around the solar system, what you see that there's all kinds of interesting disturbances and so forth on planets at that 19.5 degree latitude. Here's Jupiter, the great red spot, is at 19.5 degrees. Here is Neptune. There was something called the great dark spot, which was at 19.5 degrees. This is energy flowing through the planet coming from higher spatial dimensions, the 4th dimension, the 5th dimension, the 26th dimension, as far up as it goes, and it probably goes up forever. Same thing on Earth. The one spot on Earth, which as far as we know has been constantly erupting as long as we've known Hawaii existed, is the Mauna Kea volcano in Hawaii. It just erupts constantly. You go over about 120 degrees around the circumference of the Earth, you're in the Gulf of Mexico, where there's this big hole where something hit, and it's on the same parallel as the Bermuda Triangle, among other things. The Mayans understood that this latitude was really, really critically important. I mean, they built all of their monuments, all of their pyramids right along that 19.5 degree latitude. Teotihuacan, Mexico City, 19.5 degrees latitude. So ancient cultures understood this stuff fundamentally. And as I mentioned, the tip of the Bermuda Triangle, basically the Bermuda Triangle lies between, and this is my new book, which I didn't bring and we're not talking about, lies between 19.5 degrees and 33 degrees. So why is the 33 degrees important to the Freemasons? It's because it has some sacred geometric connection to this energy flow. So a couple more examples before I bore you to death with this. We had an eclipse a couple years ago. And it basically went right through the United States, sliced the United States in half, and if that isn't a good illustration of what's going on in our country right now, I don't know what it is. But it was a planetary alignment. An eclipse is an alignment between the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun. They all get lined up in a straight line. And as it passed, it basically reached the point of greatest eclipse, the most powerful effect, at that 19.5 degree latitude. So what happened after that? Well, Not much, except that there were 3 minor tropical storms which had burned themselves out, but then, after the eclipse, the day after, they all crossed that 19.5 degree parallel and they flared up like dragons and went crazy and hit Puerto Rico and did tremendous damage to Puerto Rico. So this again, I can give you dozens of examples of this in the physics where you watch this stuff, you watch these alignments, and these things happen. So the interesting thing about all these alignments is that there have been studies in the past. This is one by John Nelson, who was hired by RCA in the 1950s to talk about or find out why shortwave radio signals were good at some times of the year and they sucked at other times of the year. And what he found out was this. He found out that the positions of the planets with the most spin energy, which is the Jovian planets, Jupiter, Saturn, I don't know how to say it, Uranus, and Neptune, were the ones that were driving the sun. And when they were in certain positions, the sun got all upset and got sunspots and flared up, and the radio signals went to heck. Sorry, we're live streaming, so I got to be careful about my language. And when they were in different positions, the sun calmed down. What he found out, though, was that these positions were directly related to what are called astrological aspects. So a trine is a positive aspect, and when the 3 of these 4 planets were lined up in a trine, guess what? The sun calmed down. When they were in opposition or a square, which are negative aspects in astrology, the sun got all fired up and was pumping out all of this energy and sunspots, and the radio signals went to heck. So a lot of people have tried to discredit Nelson over the years. They've all failed. His math is correct. So what this means is that the positions of the planets, and this is the whole basis of this hyperdimensional physics theory, but the positions of the planets can and do directly affect radio waves. It affects the energetic output of the sun and radio waves. Well, what's a radio wave? It's an electromagnetic wave. It's an electrical signal. What is every thought that you've ever had in your brain in your entire life? It's an electromagnetic wave. It's an electric signal. So guess what? What that means is astrology is real. Every single thing that you have ever thought can and is affected by the positions of the planets. Your personality is, in fact, affected by the positions of the planets at your birth. And it's not Carl Sagan gravity that does it. It's torsion. It's this torsion energy that flows through the higher dimensions and expresses itself in your personality. Again, ask anybody, ask any waitress, do people get weirder when there's a full moon? Well, yeah, what's a full moon? A full moon is a direct alignment of the sun, the earth, and the moon, right? That's what it is, or actually it's the other way around. So, of course it affects consciousness. So what we're dealing with here is this effect of consciousness. So once I figured this out, I realized that some things were going to happen. And at the end of the book, in 2010, I basically predicted a few things. I said our hierarchies and structures, if you look at the astrological, what are they called? Tables. For, the next 10 or 15 years, what do they look like? And it's interesting because what became really clear was that there was a cycle that was going to happen between 2012, yes, December 21st, 2012 was the opening of the window, and the window doesn't close until late in 2023, 2024, because as you link up the Mayan calendar and the old Vedic calendar, there's about an 11 or 12-year period in there where it says everything goes crazy. Well, what's happening? What's happening is that we're being asked to make a choice. That's why I call the book The Choice. How are we going to go forward? What are we going to create? What are we going to do that's different? How are we going to change things? Is the environment that we're in right now. So this period of time, I said, was going to get really weird. Now, I didn't say Donald Trump is going to be elected president of the United States, which was literally unthinkable. But I knew things were going to get weird politically. Our monetary systems are going to come under great stress, and they are going to change. And our government hierarchies and structures are going to change. So the other thing that it shows and this is really important for the Q community, for the people that are watching this. There's nothing you can do to stop this. The United States right now, the astrological chart for the U.S. right now is basically the same as it was for the U.S., the first American Revolution, which, by the way, was not really a revolution. We came to a financial agreement with the British and they left. So, so we're in a period of revolution. And the interesting thing is that this is not just happening in the U.S. There is what I call the global sovereignty movement taking place right now. And what's going on is that every person is saying to themselves, hey, I want control over my own life. I want sovereignty. I don't want to be told, if I'm British, I don't want to be told by the EU that I can't buy a teapot. They actually tried this. They tried to keep the British from buying teapots because they thought they were damaging the environment somehow. Gee, do you think that helped Brexit happen? How it was reflected was first in Brexit, second in the election of Donald Trump to the presidency of the United States, and it's continued on all over the world. We have these protests, the yellow vest protests, still going on in France. They're not being reported on because the people of France don't have guns. If they had guns, Macron would be gone. The EU would have collapsed. France would be out of the EU. Hopefully, Boris Johnson is going to take Britain completely out of the EU. Brussels and Berlin. This is I think, Brandenburg Gate in Berlin. There's people with Q signs. So what you're a part of and what you got interested in is a worldwide phenomenon, and it's part of this global sovereignty movement. It's continuing in Hong Kong. Laura Eisenhower just barely got out of Hong Kong before these protests started. People want out from under the tyranny of governments. They don't want to be told what to think, how to feel, what they can say, who they like, who they don't like. You know, comedy's dead now. You can't even make a joke about anybody anymore. So I was going to say a word, but I'm not going to say that word. You know, it's really pretty bad when you can't even, like, okay, I've got freckles. You can't even tell a freckle joke anymore because somebody's going to get upset and offended and go to their safe space. So this is a global sovereignty movement. And the message that I have for everybody up the chain in the Pentagon, which is who Q is, they're a consortium of people inside the military and military intelligence. This is going to change. You cannot stop this. The FBI cannot be saved. It is corrupt to its core. It is not just 2 or 3 guys at the top that are corrupt. There is corruption at every level. It has to be replaced. Okay? The fiat currency system cannot be saved. It is bankrupt. It has to be replaced by something else. Hopefully, at some point, Trump creates a $23 trillion.
Hi, this is Corey Goode with the Sphere Being Alliance, and I'm with you at DOD.
Window and says, "Here, you're paid off. Bye." Because that's the truth. And oh God, I'd love to go into the secret history of the United States and international bankruptcy and all that stuff, but I'm not going to do that. So, these things matter, and symbolism matters, and there's all kinds of stuff going on, and the resistance, the other side, let's call them the cabal, have a lot of, they have their claws into a lot of people. There's some question whether Mike Pence is compromised. Is Trump keeping him close because he's going to move on him later? I don't know. We know Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi, by the way, used to be JFK's mistress. I forgot to put that picture in, but, oh, you don't know that? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry I don't have the picture because it's, there's a picture of her when she was 16 with JFK, and that's how she got her start in politics, What's that? Who wasn't his mistress? Yeah, who wasn't his mistress, yeah. I'll say one thing about that JFK. He was a swinger, man. You've got Epstein and Bill Clinton. You've got all these relationships that are, and again, there's a lot of criminality going on here. Here's the thing. People talk about disclosure. In the UFO community, it's really a big deal. Steve Bassett, he's always talking about disclosure. And they think disclosure is going to be the president, who they hope is not Trump, but they think that it's going to be the president sitting in front of the paned windows in the Oval Office and saying, oh, yes, guess what? We've lied to you for the last 70 or 80 years about aliens. And, that's going to happen. okay? And the thing is, if you want disclosure, be careful what you wish for, because the people in this room, you guys have a pretty good idea of what we're really talking about. We're talking about the drug running and the murder and the torture and the child trafficking. And this stuff is all real, and it's very dark, and it's very ugly, and there's a lot of people who think the U.S. and the people of the world aren't ready to hear the truth. And I'm saying, no, they have to hear the truth. Because if we don't, what's happening is that people are becoming, thank you, they're going too slow, okay? This global sovereignty movement is going to happen. And when that happens, there's no controlling it. So what you need to do is you need to give up on the old hierarchies and structures, and you need to find new, better ones to replace them. The FBI is dead. Let's just bury it and find something new and populate it with new, better people who are patriots and who are committed to freedom and to the American way. That's, truth, justice, and the American way. That's what the FBI should stand for. It doesn't stand for that anymore, if it ever really did. So the thing is, the people on the other side, they think that they're anointed to rule over us. This is what's going to end. This is 2,000 years of the occulted age of Pisces that is going to collapse. Okay? We're going to start finding out that Barack Obama's grandmother was probably Eva Braun. We're going to find out that Angela Merkel and various other leaders knew each other when they were children. That this is all arranged. These leaders are all arranged. We're going to find out that Justin Trudeau's real name is Justin Castro. I mean, come on, folks. And they do this and they put it right in our faces and nobody says anything. Look at that one. Oh, it's pretty good. It's actually pretty true. Now, could some of these people be... Sorry. Oh, come on. If this isn't Hitler's granddaughter, who the heck is it? And have you seen her? Have you seen her shaking lately like this? Like, I'm going to do Trump. Have you seen her shaking like this? Hitler had Parkinson's. It runs in the family. She's got Parkinson's. And why would she be shaking like that in public? I think that they maybe are denying her her medication. It's probably part of it, because it's part of the plan to expose all this stuff. Now, let's not just stick with the Democrats or the socialists. How about Barbara Bush and her dad, Aleister Crowley? Anybody not know who Aleister Crowley is? If you're young, you probably don't. Once described as the wickedest man in the world, he was basically a Satanist. He was into sex magic and things like that. He befriended a guy named Jack Parsons, who started the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena and was associated with NASA. The Jet Propulsion Laboratory was basically built rockets for NASA, and they've built all the unmanned probes, all the rovers that go to Mars and explore all this stuff. And Crowley was intimately a follower of Crowley. They did a thing called the Babylon Working, which was basically an attempt to give birth to the Antichrist, which was also overseen by the scribe. The scribe was L. Ron Hubbard of Scientology. So Crowley was involved in all this stuff, and his daughter is Barbara Bush, and her mother, Pierce, was hanging out in London with Crowley, who couldn't get into the U.S. at the time. 9 months before Barbara was born. Give me a break. So who are these people? Here, of course, is Julian Assange. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's not Julian Assange. That's John Trump. That's President Trump's uncle, who, guess what, was good friends with a guy named Vannevar Bush, not related to the Bush political family, who was a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Freemason, who was the science advisor for President Roosevelt and Truman, and was a founding member of MJ-12. He's also the guy who was assigned, at Bush's suggestion, to go through Nikola Tesla's papers after he died and decide which ones should be classified and which ones were not. They bear a slight resemblance to each other. You don't think he talked to his smart, bright nephew Donald, put him on his knee and told him everything 20, 30, 40 years ago? And then, of course, my favorite, Prince Harry and James Hewitt. Oh no, this isn't James Hewitt's son. This is Prince Charles's son. Oh yeah, sure he is. And my British friends are saying, oh Oh, well, they didn't meet until 3 years after Harry was born. Oh, yeah, sure they didn't. And, you know, I don't know who this is, but he bears a striking resemblance to somebody who used to be president of the United States. Now, this is where it gets even weirder. And I don't know how to handle this. But the Challenger disaster supposedly killed 7 astronauts. Yet, a lot of them appear to still be alive. This is a guy named Michael Smith. This is a guy named Michael J. Smith, who is now a professor at University of Wisconsin-Madison. They're the same guy. Here is Dick Scobie, still alive. This one, Krista McAuliffe and Sharon McAuliffe, not so sure. But, I mean, Ronald McNair and Carl McNair. Oh, Ronald McNair suddenly had a twin brother, identical twin brother. Amazingly, back when Challenger happened, I don't remember him having an identical twin brother. And these are my 2 favorite. Ellis and Onizuka also had an identical twin brother, apparently. But here's my favorite one. Astronaut Judy Resnick, law professor Judy Resnick. They're the same person. They aren't even hiding under fake names. It's the same names. And it shows you how open and arrogant they are. I'm just going to tell you, if these pictures are real, and so far I've had nobody prove to me they're not, they've lied. Think of the things they've lied to you about. So Challenger was some kind of ritual sacrifice. The astronauts either never got on board or they were spirited away before the Challenger blew up. Of course, there's other ones that match up perfectly. Amy Schumer and potatoes. And of course, my absolute favorite. And then Gerald Nadler and Jabba the Hutt, Jabba the Nadler. And my 2 favorites, Oswald Cobblepot and Vampira. So there's actually one, Donald Trump bears a striking resemblance to General George S. Patton at the same age. And there are people that argue he's a reincarnation of Patton because he was born only a few months after Patton passed away. But the point is, there's a lot of things that they're not telling you. So, as this thing began to form, before Q even came along, I'm looking for stuff. I'm watching these things evolve. Like, what is really going on here? Who is Trump? What's this all about? And I remembered something that happened in his inauguration. I was watching it very closely. And at one point, he makes this statement. He says, what truly matters is not which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people. January 20th, 2017, that day, will be remembered as the day the people became the rulers of this nation again. So what most of us don't know is that the democracy that we live in is not how the country started. It's supposed to be a republic. A republic is different than a democracy. It's not just that we elect representatives to take care of trust them to take care of our governance. We're supposed to be responsible. We're not supposed to have debts. We're not supposed to have debtors' prisons. Tell that to Paul Manafort. There's a lot of stuff that is supposed to be different than it is in a republic. You have more freedom in a republic. When you buy a house, you buy a piece of property, no one can take that away from you. No government can tax it away from you. Nothing. It is your sovereign property. The other thing I noticed that was really interesting is this. If you look at this picture, when he made that particular statement, as he began to make that part, just before he made this statement, members of each different military service got up from wherever they were and lined up behind him. They did this only during this part of the speech, and then they sat down.
Hey, for those of you who are just tuning
in,
I'm Rob, and this is Ben.
We are behind this. Now, I don't know if Trump is the leader of this. I don't think he is. I think he's the front man. He's the lead singer. He's Bono. He's Paul Stanley. He's the lead singer. But these people are saying, this is what we are all about. This is what we are attempting to do. So, to me, the historical comp for Trump is Caesar. Other people have made other claims about it. This is actually from a TV show called Rome. And in it, they talked about how, although he was of noble blood himself, Caesar stands with the common people. A man like that, an aristocrat with soldiers, money, and the love of the people might make himself king. And this is what created this, the Roman Civil War. The Romulan, wow. Wow, that was a big mistake. Yeah, maybe the Romulan Civil War. Created the Civil War between Caesar, who realized that the Republic was corrupt and unsalvageable, and the patrician class. Now, who might be the modern patrician class? The Senate, Bill Kristol, Mitt Romney, all of the established people in our government that have basically sold us out for decades. So I think they hate Trump as much as the patricians hated Caesar, because he represented a change in the order of things. Then we have the whole Russian thing. And you have people like Bob Mueller. Robert Mueller, you realize his grandfather was Gestapo. This is a guy descended from a Gestapo family. So who are these people and what are they up to? The whole Russian thing was fake. It was a lie. And in the context of all this, as I'm watching the inauguration, at the end of the inauguration, they had the concert and all this stuff, and then they set off fireworks. And the very last fireworks they set off were the letters USA, United States of America. Only it wasn't an A. It was an R. That's an R. United States Republic. So what he is setting out, what Trump set out at the inauguration, or whoever ran it, was they're laying out the groundwork for the restoration of the republic. Now, a republic is not easy. It's going to require everybody to take a lot more responsibility for themselves. But it is the goal, I believe, of the alliance, as David Wilcock likes to call them. So what has Trump been doing? He's been doing everything he can to piss off the warmongers who've got us into this whole diseased, crazy situation we've been in the last 20 or 30 years. He's tried to make peace with Kim. Will it work out? I don't know. But we've made more progress in the last 2 years than we made in the previous 68. I know that much. And it scares a lot of people, because if the other person had won the election, we would have had a nuclear war already with North Korea or Iran or both, or one after the other. The symbolism is bizarre. This was like last week. First of all, the red shoes, are indicative. They are a signature of the child trafficking, child molestation. There's a whole red shoe thing. You can read about it out there if you want to. And Epstein actually had this painting of Bill Clinton in his house. This is the same guy who did the horrific Barack Obama official White House portrait? Same artist did this. And it's a picture of Bill Clinton in a blue dress. By the way, anybody know why Ken Starr wanted Monica's blue dress? Well, because it had Clinton's, on it, right? His body fluids. And what would that tell you? Would do a DNA test, it would tell you whether he was an illegitimate Rockefeller or an illegitimate Kennedy. And given the fact that he once was photographed shaking hands with President Kennedy in 1961, I'm guessing he's Kennedy. So we have this situation where, again, there's truth out there, and nobody wants to deal with it. Nobody wants to deal with it. Look at it, Chuck. I said look. You just see Trump doing that to him. And who is Chuck Schumer? This is Chuck Schumer's wife. He's a dude. He's He's married to a guy. So how deep does this go? How corrupt are these? And again, look, if you want to marry a man and you're a man, I have no problem with that. But it's the lying about it, right? It's the deception of our political leaders that is the problem. That's why this is important. Then you have this creepazoid. This is a real picture from the WikiLeaks dump. Who does this kind of stuff? Do you guys do this at home? Draw a fish and a 14, which basically I think means in the whole symbology, I want a 14-year-old girl, please send me one. At least it was a girl. So we have this guy, Barr, in there. And the question is, is Barr, we're trusting Barr. Well, remember Trust Sessions in the Q stuff? Remember Trust Sessions. Well, what did Sessions ever get us? Nothing. Oh, well, just wait, it'll all come out. When? is going to come out. Barr had a chance to prosecute Comey, and he turned it down. So I am basically saying I'm very concerned that this is not going to happen. There's a distinct possibility that what Q really is flypaper. It's keeping us, everybody who knows about all this bizarre stuff, from going out in the streets and rioting and starting things up, which is what they want to avoid. Now, I hope I'm wrong in my suspicions, but I'm saying if we don't get some action by the end of this year, if we don't get some of these prominent people put under, at least indicted, put under arrest, set up for trial, then I have to say I don't think Q's a real thing. I think we have to consider the possibility that it's not, that it's designed to just keep us from going nuts because nothing's happening. So we have Epstein murdered. And again, people want to say this is not Epstein. It's Epstein, okay? They took 20-year-old pictures. Here's the Clintons. Wow, how happy were they after Epstein was murdered? This is the day after. Again, this is a 20-some-year-old picture of Epstein. Your nose and your ears continue to grow throughout your life. Leonard Nimoy, Mr. Spock, they tried to use the same ears they put on him for the original Star Trek, for the first Star Trek movie. They didn't fit because his ears were bigger. This happens. This is him. And again, this is a picture, a more recent picture. You can see that the nose is starting to get the hook in it. That happened later on. It's just the way aging goes. And again, the Clintons are laughing at us when we say, oh, no, the white hats, put him away. He's in witness protection. He's not in witness protection. He's dead. They killed him. They got him. This indicates to me that patriots are not in control, that we're not winning the war necessarily, that it's still a battle, and it's a battle that we could still lose. I remember Patton expressly saying around the Battle of the Bulge, we better watch it because we can still lose this war to Nazi Germany if we don't take better care of our flanks. And guess what? The Germans attacked us in the flanks and prolonged the war for almost a year. There's a lot of prominent celebrities. Piers Morgan, who seems to have a whole lot to say about American politics, except for the Epstein thing. He hasn't said a word about that. I wonder why. The people in the media are corrupt. They're controlled by these dark people. The Bill Clinton thing, there's symbolism everywhere, right? So here's the Bill Clinton blue dress picture. But anybody notice what's up on the shelf there? There's a book which is turned face out, or a picture or something. What is that of? It's President Kennedy. His father, looking down on him from above, maybe. The guy that was killed in Dallas in 1963. So, the war that we're fighting is, are we going to let the same thing that happened to JFK happen to this guy, President Trump? Trump, by all accounts, is a great admirer of John F. Kennedy's political, I don't know how much of an admirer he is about fathering Bill Clinton, but he's an admirer of his. He was friends with John F. Kennedy Jr. There is this story that was posted, a Q post, that this prayer is said every day in the Oval Office. Rest in peace, Mr. President, meaning JFK. Your wisdom, your strength, because Kennedy wanted to take down the bankers, the cabal, the CIA, all of the same people that Trump is fighting today, that the alliance is fighting. Which brings me to this guy. Now, people in the Q community don't want to deal with this. They want to say, and again, you're going to ask, you say that Epstein is dead and you don't believe he's faked his own death, but you believe that this other person faked his own death. Well, I'm going to show you why I think this, because there's evidence. There's guys like Clandestine Rosenstein out there. Basically, anybody who mentioned JFK Jr., he cut him off. There was this ridiculous fake rumor that John F. Kennedy Jr. was going to make an appearance at the 4th of July. That wasn't us. That wasn't Q that said that. It was a bunch of other people that said that. That was picked up by the mainstream media to discredit whether or not John F. Kennedy Jr. might have faked his own death. So In our community, a lot of people have just said, nah, it can't be, it's not right, just drop that, that's not important. What's important is everything Q's posting. Well, let's look at some of the things Q's posted, and let's look at some of the evidence as to who this person actually is. Now, symbolism is really important. Everybody who is seated behind the president at any given rally is handpicked by the campaign to sit behind the president and be visible on camera at these rallies. At several rallies, these two people have appeared, this guy and this lady, and some security people and a lot of other interesting folks. But they're right over each of his shoulders. So they did not get placed there by accident. They got placed there with intent. Just as in the State of the Union address, there is intent that the vice president and the Speaker of the House, second and third in line behind the president, are seated over his shoulders. There's thought behind this. So the question that was raised was, this guy here is kind of an interesting looking dude, and he's got this weird sign, and it says things like Ruby and Cute, which are connected to John F. Kennedy. And it's important to remember that Donald Trump and John F. Kennedy Jr. were friends. They hung out together. People like to make a big deal out of the fact that Trump was friends with Epstein. He went to a couple parties with him. Well, he went to a lot of parties and a lot of Knicks games with John F. Kennedy Jr. They were friends, and he was an admirer of his dad. So the theory began to evolve that this guy, in fact, might be John F. Kennedy Jr., that he, in fact, might have faked his own death. And at first glance, you're like, come on, really? JFK Jr. was such a suave guy. He was so good looking. He had the look. But what would John F. Kennedy Jr. look like 20 years later in a disguise with glasses and a stupid hat on, which, by the way, is called a Kavanaugh? What would he look like? And why would he be with a woman who, guess what, looks exactly, and I mean exactly, like a 59-year-old Carolyn Bessette Kennedy would look? I mean, the nose, a little bit older, the ears are the same, the teeth, is it even see the little crook in her teeth there? Same tooth. Now, these pictures are not as high resolution as it could be, so she's now got black hair, but it's the same woman. That's Carolyn Bessette Kennedy. But, of course, if you're a true Q follower, this is just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence that this guy looks like JFK Jr. It's just a coincidence that he has the exact same mannerisms, that he stands exactly the same way, that his thumbs look just like JFK Jr.'s thumbs, which are kind of oddly shaped, that the veins in his hand are exactly the same as JFK Jr., that the spacing of his eyes and his mouth, which are things you can't change. You can have plastic surgery. You can change your chin. You can change your nose. You can change your ears. You can't change the space between your eyes and your mouth. You can't change that. Well, you could, but you'd have to tear your skull apart. You can't really change these things. And yet this guy, when he's overlaid on pictures of JFK Jr., looks just like the same guy, only 20 years older with a scruffy beard. If you take the left side, the right side of Vincent Fusca's face, which, by the way, the name means conquering darkness. If you take the right side of his face and line it up with the left side of JFK Jr.'s face, it's just a coincidence that it makes a symmetrical face that looks exactly like John F. Kennedy Jr. 20 years later with a scruffy beard. That's just a coincidence. Now, the argument's been made, well, Q shot this down. He was asked directly in 2018 whether JFK Jr. was alive. So there are posts, and I've gone back and I've looked at the posts, and there are actually multiple times that question is asked. Q came on and said Q&A, questions and answers. 3 people asked, is JFK Jr. alive? And on the first post, it appeared that the answer was no. Is JFK Jr. alive? Q answer, no. But there are other posts when you look at this is actually a series of posts. And when you look at this, what you see is that there are multiple questions there that Q could have been responding to. So what he was actually responding to was another post where somebody said, "We miss his beautiful soul." Q actually said no. Sorry if I did that to people. Q said no to that. He didn't say no to, "Is JFK Jr. alive?" You know why we know that? Because we go to other posts where the question is asked directly, and the direct response is yes. So, which person is right about this? There's people that know how to work the Q boards, the 4chan message boards, 8chan message boards way better than I do. But I see two different answers that could. Now, other people say, well, this answer is actually in response to "Do we miss his beautiful soul?" But nobody. You go in and you look, and they're all connected. Again, here's another version of Q drops I went to. Is he alive? Yes. So then Q posts this a couple months ago, when the fake news can't attack you directly using facts. And he posts a copy of his response, "Is JFK Jr. alive?" No. But what does that actually mean? I've had no one be able to explain to me what this actually means. Which thing is the fact and which thing is not the fact? Are you saying that this is fake news? Or that JFK Jr. might be alive is fake news? Which one is it? It reminded me of, remember the big thing that looked like a pizza in the original Star Trek, the Horta? And it burned through. I mean, at one point, they're trying to communicate with it, and it burns into the rock. "No kill I." And Kirk's like, does that mean it doesn't want us to kill it, or it won't kill us? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just saying Q's never given a straight answer on this. And I do know somebody that knows this Vincent Fusca guy. And he says, well, I've asked him directly if he's JFK Jr., and he said he won't give me a straight answer. If you're just some political guy who has a Trump-mobile that he drives around the country and goes to Trump rallies and somehow miraculously ends up over the right shoulder of the president at a rally, I would think you'd be prepared to answer that question. No, I'm not. Of course I'm not. Who would want that? But this guy doesn't say that. And apparently he lives in a very nice house in Pennsylvania. So again, the symbolism matters. The symbolism of these two people over his shoulder matters. It's a signal to somebody. Well, if the deep state doesn't exist, who the heck are they signaling to? Who is this intended for? If it's not Hillary, who wanted to kill him. If it's not the so-called deep state. Who is this intended for? Now, there's other people, too. There's another woman who looks like Lauren Bissett. Looks like Lauren Bissett 20 years later in the same crowd shots. There's all kinds of other stuff. But this is all just a coincidence, right? You have to believe that this is a coincidence. But, oh gosh, guess what? The woman who looks exactly like Carolyn Bessette Kennedy is also wearing a ring. The ring is the exact same ring that Jacqueline Kennedy wore in the White House during her White House days. Now, there are replicas available, but I'm willing to bet that's the real one. It's a ruby ring with diamonds in it that Jackie wore in the White House. It's John F. Kennedy Jr.'s mother's ring. That's just a coincidence. This woman is just some random woman who kind of looks like Carolyn Bessette Kennedy, right? Sure. There's another woman on YouTube who I think is really cool. You should like and subscribe to my YouTube show and come watch it. And she went through and she did lip reading. And what she did is she looked at all the footage before that particular Pennsylvania rally. And Vincent Fusca has shown up at multiple rallies, and he still shows up today. He was just at one of the rallies last week. And she lip read what was saying. And there's this black agent who comes and sits down next to her, and they have to start this conversation. And he's asking her, well, who the heck is Vincent? And she goes, well, we're actually touring as Vincent, meaning she's playing a role. Now, there's people that say that there's a real Vincent Fusca, and then John F. Kennedy Jr. is just acting as pretending to be Vincent Fusca because they look a lot alike. And there's some reason to think that might, in fact, be true. John F. Kennedy Jr., don't forget, was an actor. He was trying to become an actor at one point. He does impersonations. So this is what they're actually saying, and I've gone through and I've looked at this, and this actually is the dialogue. She goes, Junior will be dressing up to do the touring as Vincent Fusca. Now, again, I go back, watch her videos, lip read it yourself. If you know anybody in the family who's deaf, have them lip read it. Don't tell them just ask them, what are they saying? And what she says is, flat out, Junior, meaning John F. Kennedy Jr., will be dressing up to do the touring as Vincent Fusca. So you'll be showing up with Vincent Fusca wherever he's going. He's like, I'll be going with Vincent Fusca? Where else will I go? She goes, oh, we'll tour Ohio, dressed like Vincent Fusca. We'll go on tour. We're going to go to Florida, but we're not really sure if we're going to Florida. And then this guy, military-looking guy, who's obviously a guard, asks her, well, what did that guy say? And she goes, oh, he told her that he's the agent in charge. He said he was the agent in charge. So he's Secret Service. And then when Vincent Fusca comes in, there's a loud cheer, and they have a screen in front of them, and they can see. And so she turns to the guy, and she says to him, that's Vincent Fusca. So I don't know. You can argue that you don't want to believe that lady is Carolyn Bessette Kennedy. That's fine. But it's clear that she knows this man. They're not two random people who randomly ended up over the president's shoulders at this rally. They clearly know each other. And then it goes on. She says to him, it's all about the Junior. It's about you. It's about who's the star of the show. And there you are. And what she's talking about is there was a big screen in front of them that they could see from Trump's perspective showing the crowd. And she goes, and there you are. So what does Vincent Fusca do when he says star of the show? He draws out a star. And she traces it. Go ahead and watch it. He traces the star. So clearly she's correct about what's being said between these two people. And then she says, it's all about the Junior. And what does he do? He traces out the letters J, F, K, Junior. So, before we go crazy, into the crazy train land, I asked about, I have some sources. Now, when I say I have sources, I have some sources that are government people that have worked in government before, that know some things that they're talking about, know what they're talking about. And I have other sources that are like psychic sources, okay, that I trust. I take life advice from them, take that or leave it. But when I asked the questions, what I got back, and from both of them, was, well, John F. Kennedy Jr. did fake his own death, but he actually died of natural causes in like 2008 or 2009, probably cancer. But they cloned him from his DNA and created this guy who was well aware of the fact that he's not John F. Kennedy Jr., but is going to play the part of John F. Kennedy Jr. Here's the point, before we get to questions, here's the point. This is not random. You cannot deny this. You cannot deny that the intent by Trump is to make people believe that this guy is John F. Kennedy Jr. It was all arranged. It was part of the campaign. There's other videos that the gunner's wife has put up where Trump is walking off Air Force One with Melania, and he says things to her like, "You'll see him today." And she goes, "I'll see him." She goes, "Yeah, he's gonna." He goes, "Yeah, he's gonna be there. He's gonna wear a purple shirt." And then you see in the crowd, there's a guy in a purple shirt, and it's Vincent Fusca. So there's something going on here, and there's something that means that matters to us. Now, what I also hear is that in reality, the problem that the Q people are having is that it will be too shocking to people, that we will lose faith in our institutions of government if they reveal that this guy is John F. Kennedy Jr., or they say that he's John F. Kennedy Jr., depending on which scenario you believe, that it will be too shocking. And I'm like, okay, again, you're not facing reality. The truth is that the physics is dictating this global sovereignty movement. All these institutions are going to be destroyed anyway. And what you're doing is unfortunately, you're allowing the people who are delusional. Jordan always talks about destroying the illusion. Well, the illusion ain't getting destroyed. People are so entrenched on the other side in believing the lies that they've been told for so long. They're so committed to them that they're not moving. We're not changing things. Q is not moving fast enough. Disclosure is not moving fast enough. So if they're thinking, oh, we can't do this, people will lose faith in government, guess what? They've already lost faith in government. They're going to lose faith in government anyway. And you're risking open warfare in the streets if you don't move forward with this. So that's my message to them out there is, you guys got to move forward. You got to do it now. Because what's going to happen in 2020, is everything that comes out in 2020 is going to be seen as political. So again, they're going to become more entrenched. There are people on the other side who can be saved. Most of them cannot. The only thing that's going to wake them out of their stupor is shock and awe. So if you're sitting on this whole John F. Kennedy Jr. thing, it's time to bring it forward because none of that is coincidence. I mean, this guy, if he's not John F. Kennedy Jr., we are meant to think he is. So what does that mean? And think about the implications of that. And anybody who's saying, oh gosh, well, God, we can't do that. They'll lose faith in government. Yeah, well, all the people here are proof that we've already lost faith in government. So, all right, I don't even know what time it is, Rob. Ben? Am I early? Am I late? I gotta shut up, I think. I'm supposed to go till 5. So, website is mikebara.blogspot.com, or just Google Mike Bara, B-A-R-A, 1R. I'll come right up. Still come up on Google. And I do the YouTube show where I talk about this stuff all the time. There's so many other aspects of this I could have got into. Yes, sir, quickly. Am I aware of what... Well, okay. Sorry, go ahead. Oh, is that the Majestic 12 Twitter feed? Yes. So say that again. Yeah, I'm sorry. We got a microphone here. Say that again so everybody can hear.
Test. So Majestic 12 on Twitter suggests that JFK Jr. is in fact dead, but his ISB still exists on Earth. So that's a whole other
identity, which
fits perfectly with your clone theory.
Exactly.
Perfectly.
So, both things are true. Is he still alive? No. Is he still alive? Yes. There's a version of him that's alive. There's a genetic version of him. Look, we all know that this technology exists to clone people. It's probably, again, I remember somebody telling me that blue tie Trump was the clone Trump, and he was really nice, and red tie Trump was the bad Trump, the real Trump, and he's really mean. And I'm like, well, what about when he wears a gold tie? When we start talking about going back to the gold standard, what is he then? Is he good Trump or bad Trump? So, you hear these things and they sound crazy, but look, if John F. Kennedy Jr., some version of him is still alive and coming to Trump rallies, we're off the crazy train. I mean, you're talking to a guy who knows that there's a mile wide by 1.5 mile long humanoid face on Mars. Okay, once I get there, I'm willing to go anywhere, and you can't say I can't go there. So
guys, if you have a question, you can just start lining up here, and we'll just leave the mic here so that way we're not walking around with the mic.
Cool.
Saves time.
So thank you.
Sure.
I got so excited because I am an advanced certified astronumerologist. And so 2 things I wanted to say. The number 19, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, is the number of the sun.
The sun?
Yes, so for 19.5, it would make sense because it's supposed to be radiating out that energy.
Right, and so what I think happened, I mean, everything I told you about planetary formation is a complete lie. Big giant rocks, when they crash into each other at 43,000 miles an hour, don't magically glue themselves together. They break apart and scatter everywhere. What really happens is that all this dust and gas coalesces, it begins to get more and more mass, and when it does, it starts to spin, and then it sucks up everything else, and eventually, boom, we have a sun, and out of that sun, they spin off all of the planets. That's why all the planets are in the plane of the ecliptic, except for Pluto, which isn't really a planet anymore.
Yes.
So you're right, and again, I think, these holes in this, I've had people tell me, and again, I don't know if I completely trust them, but they did have government jobs at one time, that those holes, the so-called holes in the sun, the big black, they're really holes. That there's nothing inside the sun. It really exists in like 2 different dimensions. So I talk about it in The Choice, which I don't have any copies of here, but about how I think everything is just energy coming through from somewhere higher. So.
Yes, and the second thing was that, we're in the age of Aquarius. So everything you just said, because in astronumerology, that's it, the number, the time, represents, the truth will set you free. All the governmental systems are going to come down. Everything that we know is coming down.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I just wanted to thank
the monetary
you for that.
system. The monetary system's going to collapse if it hasn't collapsed already. But the fortunate thing is they've already got a plan in place, which is basically gold-backed or asset-backed replacement currencies for everything. But you know, when that's going to happen, I don't know. I've expected it for a long time. I've been waiting for that since 2011.
Yes. Me too. Yeah. So thank you for
okay.
bringing that up, because that's what I'm.
Right. And you know, the thing is, we've been living in the occulted age of Pisces for 2,000 some odd years. What is it, 2,160 years
Yes.
is an astrological cycle, which, by the way, 2,160 is the exact diameter of the moon in miles. It's not 2,161 or 2,159. It's exactly 2,160 miles, and it's exactly the right distance to create perfect solar eclipses, and some people think that's all a coincidence. It's not. But why is the age of Pisces occulted? Well, you know, it's a symbol of the Christian church. We're talking about the Catholic Church has been the dominant force in not only the Western world, but pretty much throughout the world during this period. And, you know, I try to tell people 2012, it was an apocalypse. People don't, what does the word apocalypse mean? It means to lift the veil.
Yes.
So what's happening is the veil's being lifted, people are waking up, and we're going, holy crap, they've lied to us about, it looks to me like they lied to us about Challenger. I mean, who are those people that look exactly like the Challenger astronauts with the same names? It's crazy.
Yeah.
So,
Thanks.
Thank you.
You say you're worried that things aren't moving fast enough, but is it possible that they are and it's happening at Guantanamo and we just don't know about it because, in fact, we can't handle the truth?
Well-
or, for God's sake, if cloning actually does exist,
Yeah.
they've been replaced?
Yeah, sure, it's possible. I'm just saying we have no evidence of that. We have no proof of any of that. I'm the guy who I'm willing to go off on the crazy train if there's some evidence for it. I'm willing to go off on this is JFK Jr. because the guy freaking looks like JFK Jr. and the woman with him looks exactly like Lauren Bissett Kennedy. I have to have something. And what I'm trying to tell them up the chain is they're not giving us enough. If that's really true, they're not giving us anything.
Yeah,
They need to give us something because I sense a backlash coming. If we get through the end of the year and none of these people have been indicted, if Comey and you know, McCabe and Strzok, at least, if these people aren't arrested, at least, then you got to say this isn't real, that it's not really going to happen. So whatever their timetable is, it's going, in my opinion, it's going way too slow because we're allowing the other side to get too deeply entrenched, and when that happens, that increases the probability of open conflict. And I'm talking about fighting in the streets rather than decreases it.
Right. And the only thing that I've seen is satellite pictures of Guantanamo in the last 2 years
Yeah.
that have changed quite a bit.
Yeah.
So something's
it appears-
happening there, whether there's people or not, I don't know.
Right, exactly. I mean, who's there? We know Hillary's not there. She's tweeting up a storm, and, you know, I mean, it just really is kind of
She's
grating.
a phone.
Right.
Thank you.
So, I mean, I think that they're afraid to tell us the truth because we can't handle the truth. Well, a lot of us can. And we got to be here to put our arms around the people that couldn't handle it and say, sorry that you didn't figure this out, but, you know, it's like, it'll be okay. Because we got to get up onto the work of building the next thing that's going to be better. You know, it's pointless. The FBI is like Epstein on that gurney, okay? It's gone. It's gone. Let's just forget about it and think about the next thing that's going to replace it. Yes, sir.
Hi, Mike. I'd like your thoughts or what you might have heard about the back-to-back earthquakes at NAS Weapons facility at China Lake over Independence Day.
Yeah, okay, so there's, I did talk about this on Tell the Truth Wednesday, which is the YouTube show, which I'd love everybody to go subscribe to. The U.S. has a sonic weapon. I call it, for a joke, I call it the weirding module. I don't know, do you remember the really bad David Lynch movie Dune? Do you guys remember that? Well, they had these voice things, and they would use sound waves to shatter stuff. I hear that we have a sound weapon that's basically, there's interfering longitudinal waves are used to basically create a hotspot in the upper atmosphere with satellites that can blast a sound wave directly down underneath it. And guess what? It doesn't pass through the intervening space. It just creates a sound wave inside the rock as deep as they want it to go and can shatter, basically create an earthquake.
And what are the odds
depth.
you get a back-to-back earthquakes within 48 hours along a blah, nothing
Because they didn't-
special, ho-hum subfault?
Right.
In the middle of nowhere.
Because they
How
didn't
does
finish
that
the job the first time. So the wording modules were used for the first time on Kim, on his nuclear base in North Korea in, I think, late 2017. All of his main nuclear lab and all of his major nuclear scientists, 265 people were killed in that. And golly gee whiz, right after that happened, Kim suddenly wrote a nice letter to Donald Trump and wanted to talk about denuclearizing the Korean Peninsula. And they were used again at China Lake, and we've all heard the rumors about what's at China Lake, that's where a lot of the child trafficking activity was taking place. People were funneled through there. Remember, there's the U.S. military, and then there's the cabal military, the part of our military that's actually owned by the bad guys. It's the same thing in Russia. When Trump hit, the reason why the media was so desperate to keep Trump from meeting privately with Putin at Helsinki is because Putin told him where the bankster forces were, the cabal forces, the mercenaries were in Syria, so that he could hit them when they had the fake nerve gas attack in Syria. And then Trump supposedly hit the Syrian military with all of these cruise missiles. No, he hit the cabal Russian mercenary forces that Putin told him exactly where they were, and Trump took them out for Putin. So they're working together, I think, on certain things. So that's what we're looking at. So this is this is hot war. That's actually hot war, but it's basically against the banksters and the cabal. I hate to use those terms, but anyway.
Hey, Mike. So we have a question from the live stream that we wanted to bring up.
Sure.
So we're going to answer that or ask that now.
Hey, Mike. So Teresa would like to know, what about the supposed Stargate in the Middle East area that was focus of U.S. Army forces? Is it real? Thanks, Teresa.
I don't know about that. I've never asked about that. We all know that there is extraterrestrial technology deployed all over the planet, right? And some people say it's keeping things together, keeping us from having a lot of more environmental problems. I don't know. I didn't really check that out. I will tell you this, let me tell you a couple other stories while I got some time. The Hanoi summit, the second summit between Kim and Trump, took place in Hanoi, right? And it broke up. It didn't break up because they didn't come to an agreement. Kim came there to make a deal. Kim said, I'm here to make a deal to denuclearize North Korea. And then they went into meetings, and then suddenly the meetings broke up, and Trump gave a press conference, and then they were up and out of there, right, within 45 minutes. So what happened was that there was a credible threat of a nuclear attack on Hanoi. They were going to try to kill Trump and Kim both with a nuclear bomb, like a suitcase nuke. And it's really interesting because, how long does it take to prep Air Force One to take off? Anybody know? 38 minutes. You know how long Trump's press conference was, right, after the talks broke up? It was exactly 38 minutes. And if you notice Pompeo, he was sweating, he was nervous as hell, not very normal. So they had this press conference. Trump spent 2 minutes with Sean Hannity. They were in the limos, and they were up in the air 45 minutes after that thing broke up, after the meeting broke up. What people don't talk about on the news, and it was on the news, but it was only reported once, that while they were in the air, less than 10 minutes after they were in the air, the U.S. put out a $1 million price on the head of Salman bin Laden, the son of Osama bin Laden. Gee, I wonder why they did that at that particular time. Because bin Laden's son was the one who had made the threat of nuking the Hanoi summit. And then what just happened a month or so ago? Salman bin Laden is dead. It's reported by news services. My friend, who used to do things for the CIA, said the public price is $1 million. Privately, they've told everybody it's whatever price you want to name. And that operation took place. Here's what I'm going to tell you. So this is connected to Los Angeles. You guys remember in Los Angeles where the helicopters went down, wasn't Sunset Boulevard and all that stuff took place? I was told by my source at the time they're practicing for an operation in an Arab country which is going to happen later in the summer. I go, well, when in the summer? He says, July. And I go, where do you think it's going to happen? I think he said Dubai is what he told me. I'm going to bet you right now that if it ever comes out about how Osama bin Laden was killed, it was in Dubai. So that whole thing in LA was practicing for the operation to kill the guy in July. All based on what happened in Hanoi. So there's so much stuff out there that they're not telling you. I don't know. Did you have a question? Did I answer the question? I don't know. Go ahead, sir.
So if you don't mind coming back to the cloning, if we allow for the assessment that around 14% of the population has been abducted, and then we've got the spiking autism, does it make sense that some percentage of people with high-functioning autism, I know this is awkward, but they might possibly have been abducted and then converted with a clone, like their soul got transferred into a clone, that kind of thing? I've got a second part of the question. Sorry, you can just do 2 or 3.
Yeah.
The ex-president's being cloned, and then there was a third part, but go ahead.
It makes sense to me. I mean, I don't know. How is Ruth Bader Ginsburg still alive? I mean, Kissinger. How old is Kissinger now? 1,000? What is he? What's his middle name? Methuselah? Yeah, and Ruth Bader Ginsburg today, just was reported today, she had radiation treatment for pancreatic cancer. I mean, how is she still alive? I don't know about the autism thing. It's not my focus. It's more like Jordan and his talk about vaccines and things like that.
You've heard the bit about how the clones usually are not as high functioning as the originals.
High functioning, right.
So I don't think Einstein would have been great at basketball, so in that sense he was not so high functioning, but they think that Einstein could be high functioning on the spectrum. As they're also, the top experts in autism are saying Abe Lincoln actually could have been high functioning on the spectrum. So cloning could have actually...
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, guys, there's one other thing I forgot. I should have put in there on the Vincent Fusca thing and the JFK Jr. thing is, have you guys ever heard the audio tape of the night John F. Kennedy Jr.'s plane disappeared? There's a local Boston station that's covering it. And this guy comes on the air and he gives a name. I forget the name. I'm somebody from the Coast Guard. And this person, the name he gives, does not appear to exist. And the voice that comes on says, well, what we know about this is that, at this time the plane went up and the voice on that TV show is the same voice as the guy who narrates the plan to save the world. It is identical. So people that think that voice might be JFK Jr., I'm beginning to think maybe it is. I'm beginning to think maybe, and you compare those two voices with John F. Kennedy Jr.'s speaking voice from some appearances he made on Murphy Brown and stuff, perfect match. So something weird's going on. Yes, sir.
Hi. Firstly, thank you for the lecture. I think it's sort of a refreshing break from what I might consider mainstream Q. So it was nice to hear. But you expressed concern that, quote, patriots are not in control. Assuming that's the case, I think there are sort of 2 possibilities you're dealing with. The first being that the alliance is losing. The second being that you just have another instance of the Hegelian with controlled opposition. Given all the examples you've given of sort of putting it in your face with the Challenger shuttle, with Ava Braun and Obama, I'm curious.
That one's a little iffy, but it's possible.
Either way, I'm curious where you're leaning on that sort of.
I think that we're in a true war, and I think that nobody has the advantage right now. I think that the deep state got to Epstein and killed him because he was a big threat to them. I don't think we allowed it to happen so we could catch more people in crimes. I don't buy that. I think Barr refusing to prosecute Comey when he had him dead to rights on leaking is very upsetting to me. On the other hand, I see that there's a lot of things coming out that are damaging, but they're not damaging enough. This whole Russia hoax thing, it's very clearly a seditious conspiracy, but the problem is that the argument is way too complicated for people to follow, even the average person. So to me, we have to have shock and awe. We have to have something that's going to break the dam, because right now I think we're in a stalemate. I think that the battle that's going on is a stalemate, and I don't think you can depend on the other side remaining stupid. Q likes to say these people are stupid. Well, you keep posting that and they're going to smarten up a little bit. So, I'm concerned. That's how I would put it. I don't think we're clearly winning.
Well, thank you guys. So unfortunately, we don't have any more time for questions, but everyone give a huge hand for Mike Bara. Thank you so much. Honestly, like a lot of what you were saying, from even our own sources, I can confirm a lot of what you were saying already. So it's pretty amazing. So thank you again. It's amazing. And up next is going to be Dr. Michael Salla. And I think we have like 15 minutes. So he's also going to have another awesome presentation for you guys. And unfortunately, I don't know exactly what he's going to be talking about, but I know I saw Cosmic Waves his whole talk that he gave, and it was phenomenal. So thank you guys again. Oh, and dude, Carolyn's ring, man, I didn't even know that. That stuck me hard.
That's the thing is, look, you know, you can try to dismiss this thing, but I mean, good God, she's wearing Jackie's ring. She's obviously, no matter what you say, somebody is trying to convince you that that's who these people are. And whether it's the good guys or the bad guys, and I would think it would be the Trump side, because it was at Trump's rally, that means something. And you got to start adapting to what does that mean. We got to start pretending that this isn't a real thing, because it looks to me like it's a real thing.
I agree. I agree. All right. Well, thank you guys. And we just Hey, everybody. I am with Mike Bara right now. I'm saying it right, Mike Bara. So you just gave an amazing presentation, and you know, people on the live stream, we were watching the live stream, they were really commenting. They really loved what you were talking about. I mean, it was pretty thorough, what you went over. I mean, the whole thing about the whole JFK Jr., you know, I think that was in like what I was saying on stage about the ring of Carolyn's ring, you know, I was just like, I didn't even know some of these facts. I don't know if there's anything else that you want to fill in that you didn't say.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think, you know, again, the thing, I kind of thought I would go long on this presentation, so I cut some things out. One of them is you listen to the audio of this supposed Coast Guard officer who comes on the night that Kennedy's plane, John F. Kennedy Jr.'s plane disappeared, and starts talking on the local news about, well, you know, we know this and we know that. The voice is exactly the same, literally the same guy who narrates the plan to save the world. And if that isn't John F. Kennedy Jr., who the heck would it be? I mean, and remember, he trained as an actor, right? He wanted to be an actor for a while, and somebody else did a comparison where you actually listen to him on an appearance he made on a TV show called Murphy Brown back in the late 90s. And again, it's the same voice. And I'm just like, you know, this guy Vincent Fusca's like, he's talking like that. And I'm like, yeah. And JFK Jr. was an actor. So, you know, he'd be good at voices and dialect. And it's just really, the more you dig into this, the more your brain just expands, you know? And again, I'm with you. When I saw the ring, I'm like, oh, that pretty much clinches it for me, right?
Yeah.
So
kind of like switching gears here, what's your understanding of why Ghislaine Maxwell hasn't been arrested yet?
I'm completely clueless. What's my understanding? I don't know. Why isn't she arrested? She's being sued by the victims. If they're, quote, victims, that means they're the victim of a crime. So again, this is the kind of thing that bothers me and makes me think, well, you know, things aren't really progressing the way they're supposed to. So that upsets me. I think she should be arrested. So I'm really surprised that she's not, especially just given the fact that look at all the information she has on people. If Prince Andrew committed crimes, she knows all about it. She got on the girls. I mean, she was the pimp, right? So obviously there's every day that they're not in protective custody worries me as much as it worries me when they're in protective custody. So, you know, again, I think if we were totally in control, why was Comey's daughter on the prosecution team that arrested Epstein? I mean, from the beginning, when I found that out, I'm like, oh, they arrested him so they can kill him. That was my first thought, and I think they carried it out. And we have to I think we have to be very concerned about the direction of things. I really do. You know, I don't mean to be pessimistic. I'm just trying to be honest, and I hope that I'm absolutely wrong. I hope that I end up looking like an idiot in a few months, right? And everybody's you know, gone to jail, and they're all wearing orange jumpsuits.
So, I mean, going back with Ghislaine, why do you think she was in and out reading that the CIA? That we were just like, I mean, obviously she seemed like she was there wanting to be photographed, wanting people to know what book she was reading. I mean, it seems pretty obvious.
Well, it's all symbolism. So everything's symbolism. So she's reading this book about CIA. I think maybe she's trying to say, I'm a CIA, you know, plant, or I'm a CIA asset. Maybe she was in there the whole time, basically as an informant for the CIA, is what she's trying to say. And then, you know, they talked about the movie, the Good Boys poster. You know, I'm working for the good boys, not the bad boys. You know, who knows? But I think you have to look at that symbolism, and, you know, we've got to like dig into this stuff and really look at all the aspects of that picture, those pictures, and say, okay, let's try to figure out what the message is, because it's all there in the message. I mean, the Bill Clinton thing is there, the weird six-finger thing. Have you heard about that on the Bill Clinton painting and the blue dress and the red shoes and the JFK behind him? I mean,
and then the Obama painting that has the same six fingers, right? You saw that?
Exactly. Yeah. And again, you know, who are these people? What are they doing? It's like what I tried to show everybody with Barbara Bush and Aleister Crowley being mother and daughter, and Hitler and all those people. I'm trying to say, you know, who are these people?
Yeah. When you have Barbara Bush and Aleister Crowley together in a photo, I mean, they look exactly alike.
Those same crazy eyes.
Those same crazy eyes. There you go. That's it, exactly. So I don't know, man. You know, I don't have all the answers, but I start to get them. I start to piece them together as I see things happen. And, you know, again, I think the critical thing that we found out recently here is the fact that that the Overstock.com guy was on, Patrick, whatever his name is, Patrick Byrne, was on Fredo's show on CNN doing his conspiracy theory, which goes right up to Strzok and McCabe and Comey and then stops, I think that's really critical, because I think that's their next line of defense is, oh yeah, all this stuff is true. There really was a seditious conspiracy to overthrow the president, but it was all rogue elements in the FBI. Yeah. They're gonna sacrifice them. If I was Comey today, I'd be, shitting my pants, honestly, because he's going to be the fall guy.
Crapping his 6'8" pants. That must be a mess.
Yeah, it's got a long way to fall. So that's the next thing I think that's evolving, is that's what's going on there. I mean, why else would it be on Deep State TV? Oh, sorry, I meant CNN. So we got a lot of things continue to evolve. I just think I'm assuming somebody inside Q is paying attention to what's here, trying to figure out what we know.
Definitely.
And my message to them is, push up you got to hit the accelerator. Because I think you're just going to make it worse. And the bottom line is, you can't save these corrupt institutions. They're going to go down. The question is, are they going to go down hard, or are they going to go down soft?
That's very true. Well, Mike, thank you so much for being with us, talking to us. Yeah, and it's great.
Let me, first of all, I love this guy. Second, we have everybody on the live chat right now. I just want to let you know that Crowdcast only allows us to do about a 7-hour session. So the page is actually going to refresh for you. You don't really have to do anything, but don't freak out if you see the page refresh. It's not the deep state trying to stop us from watching Dimensions of Disclosure. It is actually us on our end refreshing everything so that Mike Bara can go back to his room and watch from the live stream.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to watch football or soccer. That's not going to happen. I'm going to watch the live stream.
Or mainstream media.
There we go.
All right. Well, thanks you guys so much for watching. And Dr. Michael Salla is going to be on next, so stay tuned for that, you guys. Awesome.
Thanks. Thank you for having me. It's been great.
It's awesome having you. So thank you.
Hi, this is Corey Goode with the Sphere Being Alliance, and I'm with you at DOD.
Hey, for those of you who are just tuning in, I'm